we started off with a import material as always. Now we can class a stateless widget, edit profile form. Now in its constructor we could collect every single controller we require. So that's all the controllers we require. Let me edit profile form. Move all of you first. Comment that out. Do this. Nice. Now let's go ahead and build it out. Now it will be a column of text fields. Now these text fields are basically going to look alike, so I'm going to create a separate text field for them for all of them. Before that, their cross-axis alignment will start. Now let's go create a text field. So in here, new widget, edit profile form field. Import material first. Stateless widget, edit profile form field. Now we can return a column. Now this column will have a cross-axis alignment of start. It will have children. The first child will be text that contains the title of it. So it will be padding. The padding will be, let's use only on the left. And then its child will be a text. The reason why I'm only, child rather. The reason why I'm only giving a padding on the left is because if you notice, this part is just going to be blank space. I don't think there's any need to pad it over here, but if I left it at the default, then it will actually try to start here, which will look ugly by the time I'm done. But we can see it's pushed a little bit to the right, so we can also mess around with the value 10, or we can remove it and see what it looks like. You could also mess around with it as well. So now, wait, what am I doing? So now we can receive the title and also the rest of the field as well. So for the title text, I'm actually just going to put the field title here. And its style, I'll also just lazily collect that from the constructor. So let's see title style. Let's take those from the constructor while we're still here. So we can take, we'll need a controller. Next we have final field. No, what else do we need? I'm thinking about what else we could need. We need a hint beautiful. We need a hint text because some of them, for example, the email will actually rather use a hint text rather than fitting the actual value. So over here we have title text, or field title rather. The style, let's go ahead and make the style be text style. Font weight will be bold. And font size will be 12. Is this okay? Yeah, let me leave it on one line. That's okay. Now we could go to the next one and we could have a space between both of them. So size box height, let's make that 10. Then we use the I field that we've already created for the authentication. So the I field will take controller. The controller will be our controller from that place. The hint text will be the hint text if it's not null. Now meaning that the hint text is actually nullable, actually. So we could add these to you, put BLoC first, format. What is your problem? Sized box. Oh, I'm sorry. Put them in the wrong place. This is the end of my padding. Put them here. Boom. Nice. Sweet, sweet. So after that, I actually need to add some little space between this and the actual next thing or whatever. Space between this and the bottom. Whatever will be at the bottom. That's a const modifier. So this is what we have, yeah? So let's go back to the interface and see what we have. Yeah. So this is it. Perfect. Now we can go back to our edit profile form and we can start using that here. So children, we start from the first one. We have full name, email, old password. Does the old password come before the new password? I think so, yes. The old password comes before the new password. No, actually the new password. Yeah, the old password is the current password, yeah. So the old password comes before the new password. And then finally, we have the bio itself. So let's go ahead and build that out. So I'm just going to edit profile form. Wow. Wait, what am I doing? No, not the form. Edit profile form field. So the field title in this case will be full name, all caps. Then we have the controller, which will be, in this case, we want the full name first, so full name controller, and the hint text will be the user.fullname. This will be useless in this case, however, because whereas the user, it's context.current user.fullname. This will be useless in this case because we're actually not going to be displaying the hint text for the full name. We're actually going to be putting the text into the controller itself. So let's see. The user is not null at this point, so I don't know what you're mad about. So let's copy this and copy. So that's full name, email, old password, new password, bio. So full name, then we have the email. That will take the email controller. It will be context.current user.email. And that's it. Now remember, the email shouldn't be the full email. We don't want anyone to be able to see their full email because then they're going to be able to change it. So for that reason, I actually want to be able to create that effect where we obscure the user's email. We can go ahead and create a helper function. But since I've learned about extensions in Flutter, I've become, I don't know, I just love extensions. So instead of using it, it's a lot simpler actually for me personally. So instead of actually going ahead to create a function that will obscure the email, I'm going to go into my extensions and create an extension on every string ever. So that will be string extensions. Now that will be extension string extension on string. Now we have string get obscure email. Now this will return as a new string given the email if we call this on an email string. So put a brace over there. Now what are we going to do with this? Sorry, what am I doing? Why is there an arrow function there? Also, I don't need this. So first thing we do, we split the email into username and domain. So we have the username and we have the domain. So final index will be index of the @ So this way, the @ usually separates the username from the actual domain. So our username, now variable username, we're making a variable because I'm going to change the username to be an obscured version. So the username will be variable username will be equal to substring, and we're going to start from 0 and add the index of the @. Now the domain will be equal to substring the index of the @ plus 1 and everything else to the end. So we're not going to put an end. So it just, when you skip the end, it's just going to go from this as a start and end at the very last one. So now after we do that, we can go ahead and obscure the username and display only the first and last characters. To do that, our username will become, I've called that user, meant to be username rather. The username will be equal to, now we take the username at index 0. I keep saying username at index 0, and then we add an asterisk 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. I think 5 could do, or 4 is enough. I don't mind 4. And then we put in username at username dot length -1. That will be our new username. You can go ahead and obscure the domain if you want to, but I think this is enough for me. Username at domain. So if you want to make this more difficult for anyone who's going to try and hack your user or whatever, you could go ahead and also, obscure the domain as well. So, but for your users' sakes, maybe they've got similar emails from 2 different email providers. Maybe they've got user1 at yahoo.com, and then they've also got user1 at gmail.com. If you obscure the domain, then maybe they're going to be confused. Is it my user1 at yahoo.com or at email.com? So that's why I've left the domain empty. That's the truth about my leaving the domain empty. So for that reason, I'm going to go back to my edit profile form, and then the email, the hidden text is going to be the email dot obscure email. Yeah, so that is done. Now the field title was email. We've changed the controller to be that. Next up, we have the old password, and that will be current password. That will take the old password controller, and it will have the in-text to be. We don't want to put the user's password. We don't even have access to the user's password, so that would be 1 2 3 4 5 6. I think 7 should do. By default, what is the maximum that you can have on Firebase passwords? 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So I think you can have 6 or something as your minimum, or 8. So I'm just gonna make that 8. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So next up we have the password, the new password rather. I'm just gonna call that password, or new password. New password. And for you, I'm gonna call you bio. So we're gonna follow the same format. So wait, first of all, this goes to bio controller. Your hint text will be user.bio. Now we're gonna follow the same format because we want to know when the old password changes. We want to format this. We want to change something in the new passwords field. So now the new password, we don't want the user to be able to even edit the new password until they've changed the old, until they've typed in their old password. So you can see they can't do anything. The keyboard doesn't pop up until you've typed in something in the current password. Then the keyboard will pop up. the old password. You can see now the old password functions. But if this goes empty, then this person goes blank. You can see it doesn't work anymore. So this is us protecting the user, protecting ourselves from the user, because we don't want the user to mess up our database or trick us or whatever. So we already have that check that checks if the old password blah blah blah, and then we show a text. You can see it over here in edit profile view, I think. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? If password changed, and then we check if the old password text is empty, then we do this. So we already have this check. So you can actually skip what I'm about to do because we already have this check. But I just feel safer adding an extra layer of protection over here. So now the new password, we have a new password, full name controller. So we want to know when the old password has changed in order to activate this field. So now I'm actually going to add the hint text to also be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I've done that. However, I actually want this to be only read-only. So I'm going to go back here. I don't think I have any read-only here. I do have read-only, so I'm going to set the read-only. I'm going to take that in the constructor. So final bool read-only. Now in here, I'm actually going to have this dot read-only, and it's going to, oh my, stop. This dot read-only is going to be false by default because all of them are mostly not read-only. The only person who's going to be read-only will be this person. Now, how do we know if you're going to be read-only? You're going to be read-only when the old password controller.text is empty. However, what will trigger this? How do we know when something changes in the old password? We want to tell this person now you can be activated. When this person goes empty again, we want to tell this person to be reactivated. Now we can go ahead and change this to a stateful widget and then add a listener for this person, or go ahead and add an onChange in there and then use that onChange here to set state or whatever. But that set state will actually rebuild the entire widget tree. So we're going to use the same format that we used previously by wrapping this in a state or builder. Now the builder will give us the context and a new set state. This time we're in a stateless widget, so we can go ahead and use a state set state. I'm going to put a comma, and then we return you, my friend. We put that there. Format, beautiful. So after that, now we add a listener for the old password. So anytime something happens to the old password text field, then set state. Just call set state, and that's it. So the set state will only rebuild this portion of the widget tree. Only this field will be rebuilt. So that's done and that's dusted. So let's go ahead and inject the edit profile form into our edit profile view. So this is where we plug it in. We come all the way back down here. After the size box, I added a different size box here. So I could go ahead and use the edit profile form, not the form field, the form itself. So we have all those controllers, and we can tab our way to the end and add a comma, format, and that's it. So let's refresh. I'm feeling like a hot restarting, but let's go with hot reloading rather. So we've done that. Let's see what our hot reload will do. It uses Frodo Prodo, and this is our email. This is our email. This is our current password. We can't see it actually. The new password, no. My new password is using Frodo Prodo. Really? We have password controller. Really? So the password controller, I've actually gone and instantiated it, have I? No. So what's wrong with you? Full name controller. Oh, it must have been in my form. I haven't. This is advantages of copy pasting. I've used full name controller because I copied the full name controller at the top. Let's save this. Yes, so my new password functions exactly that way. You can see it doesn't work until we change the current password. Then the old password will work. Now it works. If we go back and clean this out, then we tap on this, the keyboard will pop away because this isn't meant to be editable. It's read-only. So that's done. Proto representative. Let's go ahead and test this functionality and see how well it works. So proto representative will change to proto capital representative with some bossman icons here. No, not here, over here. We could go with the cool glasses, the Thug Life glasses. We could go with ice code. We could go ahead and say done. Now I'm going to leave this as it already is, and let's also change the proto and add a dash at both ends to see if this also works. I could go with this. Now I could hit done. It turns into a circular progress indicator, and then it pops up, and we can see proto. We can see proto. Now the bio hasn't been updated. Why? Let's go to our proto representative. Let's refresh. We can see it also didn't change on the server. Why? Why? Something's gone wrong. So proto representative, edit profile. On the server, the bio does not change. Why? Because the bio. That will be in the edit profile view. So let's add debug print to each of them. So if password changed, debug print password changed. Now we can copy this and we can do the same with, so this is if password's changed, close that down. If name changed, also name changed. We can also email changed, close this down. We can also image changed, and that's it. Oh, we haven't done anything for bio actually. Paul. Being clumsy today. So where's my bio? So if bio has changed, so there's no point adding the loggers, print logs, because now I know what's happened. So we have password, name, email, image. If bio changed, we can go ahead and block add as well. So block add bio. Email controller text, no, we have a bio controller dot text dot prim, and that should work for the bio. So let's try this one more time and see what happens. So we have proto. Let's refresh this first. Let's space. So we've refreshed this. Now edit profile. This is going to change also to a tilde. But then we also change this to proto representative with a capital R. And we add the Thug Life emoji. Recent. Thug Life. At the back we add the ice code. Yes, perfect, beautiful. So now proto representative update user is actually working. So that's it for the profile section. Next up, we're moving to the courses. We're going to be adding, editing, updating updating is basically the same thing as editing. So we're going to be adding, updating, or editing, whatever, and viewing or displaying the courses to the user. Start file, data, models, course model. Boom. So let's go ahead and create the course model. I'm going to, no, let me not speed through this. Let's just do that. But you should already know how to do this. This is the last time I'm going to do this with you. So the next times I'm just going to speed through them or just cut to where I'm done writing it. So we have the constant course model. Remember how I did this before? So you could go into your entity. Let me close other tabs. We can go back to our entities, copy the constructors, come back here, paste it, hit Ctrl R on your keyboard and replace every this with super. Replace all, and that's it. So we can format this, exit, beautiful. Now we can go ahead and go to our course and copy this for the empty, but remember to always change it to a model version. So course model.empty, we've got this. Now for the from map and the to map, and the copy with, we could actually just go and do the copy paste thingy. So I'm just going to skip to where I've completely written them. So then we can just head over to the testing. Now, if you look here, you can see what I've done actually. So for the date time, yeah, for the ones that have got date times, for the created app and the updated app, first of all, when I'm uploading them, I actually convert them to a field value.server timestamp, meaning use a service time to just upload them as server time basically. Now when we're getting them back from a server, we use the .to_date to convert them to a date object. Now that's it. So the reason why I'm doing this, however, is because if you used the, maybe for example, the datetime.now and maybe converted it to milliseconds as the epoch or whatever, or you use datetime.now.toString, and when you got them back you converted them to a datetime, this would actually cause your application to have issues. Why? Because if you use datetime.now, it would fetch your local time as a developer, yeah. However, when your users, for example, let's take for example where I'm going to be pushing notifications on this application. So if you push a notification and you've pushed it at 15:25, this is your time, 15:25. Someone else who lives maybe in Dubai might have a different time right now. So if you push it to them, it will datetime.now will capture 15:25, August 30, and it will send it over to that person's device and tell them that that was sent on 15:25, August 30. So if they were, for example, in the notifications, we usually use wordings like notification sent at now, or sent when could it be sent? It could have been sent an hour ago, 1 hour ago, and so forth and so on. So if in Dubai, it's actually maybe, I don't know. I actually don't know the correct time in Dubai right now, but if take for example in Dubai it's currently maybe 17:26, so 2 hours ahead, yeah. And we've done this, and it's told them that it was sent on August 30, 15:26. Then on their device it will show that this was sent 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, the notification was sent right now. But if we use a field time, a server time, it will take the server's current time. That is a universal time for everyone, basically. So if the server's time is saying, if the server's current time is rather 16:27, and my time is 15:26, and your time is 17:20. Sorry, if the server's time is 15. No, what am I saying? If the server's time is 16:27 and my time is 15:27, but your time is 17:27, then by the time we save this, it will be saved on the server to have been sent at the server's time, and the server's time would be 1627. So when it gets sent to the user's device, the user's device will decode it to date and convert it to the user's local time. So it will map that time to the user's time. So it basically convert it like when it was August 30, 1627 in the service time zone. So if the service time zone is UTC, it will check if it was 1527 or 1627 August 30 UTC, what time will it be for this user? And it will check the user's local time zone, and the user's local time zone will say maybe UAE time zone. I don't know what time zone they use there, but their time zone, it will convert it into their time that corresponds with 1627 August 30. So it will basically appear as now for him, which is correct because it will send right now. But if we don't do that, it will rather save it statically with my time, and when it gets to theirs, it doesn't have enough information to convert it to their time. It will rather use my time as the deciding factor, basically. I don't know if you understand what I've said, but basically, whenever you're dealing with timestamps, always use the service time. Do not use Flutter's datetime now, especially if you're going to be using that time to decide stuff for the user. So maybe if it was 5 minutes ago, or if it was 10 minutes ago, and so forth, which is important in this application because we have notifications. We have to show them when it was sent. We have exams we can show when it was uploaded, when it was completed, so forth and so on. So this is why we're doing this. All right, so let's go and write the tests for this, for the model. Now, before we test our model, we have to collect our fixture, right? If you remember right, we collect fixtures in order to emulate the server. Now, for Firebase, like I already told you, Firebase already returns you a map, so you don't even need a 2JSON, so there's no point trying to simulate a JSON. The fixtures is important, especially when you've got, for example, a REST API or something that will return you a JSON, and we use it for testing JSONs. As you can see, we're saving them as JSON objects, as JSON files. So in our case with Firebase, we generally don't need to do it here or create a separate fixture for it, but this is good practice, so you don't forget when you don't forget how to do this when you're actually building your application that doesn't use Firebase, because I mean, you need the practice for it, right? So let's go ahead and create the course. So the course.json will be there. Now, when we're simulating how the date time, so how the server, remember we save this as field value.server timestamp, and we're simulating how that gets saved on the server. It actually gets saved in a map, in its own map. So for example, created at would be saved in a map, yeah, and this map, in this map we would have the second, which maybe, for example, let's have 16774835548. If you're wondering how I've got this second time, I've just gone to the internet and copied some sample of a Firebase's response with, or how it stores this. So we could also have the nanoseconds. So it stores these two things. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 0, 0. Right, so we could use this for both created at and updated at. So both our created at and updated at would look the same, because I don't know how to find another one. So now I've written the thingy, but remember you have to make your things match. So the ID has to match your empty ID in the course model, in your model. So your fixtures should always match what you have in your empty model. So in your empty constructor rather. So if you've got mt.id, because we're going to be using this empty to simulate an example of a course model that we're going to be testing. So your fixture is actually, you're simply going to be matching your fixtures, because your fixtures is basically like a server's response. You're going to be matching it with your MT constructors, because you use these as your test dummies. So let's go ahead and write the test, and let's see what issues we will run into, because we definitely will run into some issues. So for that, I'm going to create where's my course model, new.test file, course model. Now I can go ahead and start the test. Now the first thing we do, void main, because we don't have any dependencies. And now if we went ahead and created a course model that was empty, so final t course model, yeah, is equal to course model. Oh my, stop. Course model.empty. Right, so this is great. But then remember, well, let's just go ahead and write the test. Let me not tell you from my experience. I want you to experience it yourself. So there you go. You're about to get your first experience of how this feels all the time. So let's go ahead and create the map. The map will be JSON decode the fixture, which will be using the course.json, and it will be as a data map. Import fixture. Now tmap will be, no, wait. Yeah, so we're not doing any corrections right now. I'm used to doing corrections, but let's ignore that for now. So now first of all we test, let's not use a group. First of all, let's test if the T model is an entity or a subclass of the other. That's always the first model test. So the first model test will always be, should be a subclass of the course entity. Now we expect that T course model is a course. This is the first test. So make sure that it's a subclass of a course. Now next up, if you actually, so later on as you grow, you're going to be making pushes to maybe your work or your team's GitHub repository. Your team's GitHub repository, if it's a solid company or if it's a solid team, would have a GitHub workflow, a job text. Whenever you make pushes, it will check or run some tests to see if you match standards, if you match certain standards that have been preset by whoever's the project manager or whoever sets them. Right, so and usually we have this thing called coverage, test coverage, to check your tests, to check how much or how complete your tests are if you're testing every single unit. So these tests will range when the test coverage test runs in your code to check how much testing you do. It will range from 0, it goes in percentages, so it can range from 0% all the way to 100%. So if you're writing text for every unit in your application, then your test percentage will go to 100%, meaning you test every single unit. Now, how does it check? So per unit, for example, for the model, it will check. It will come to, for example, this module. This not the model. I'm talking about the module itself, the entire module. When I say module, I mean module. Then this module is a module. Don't know the difference how to pronounce them, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, so when we come to this module, this entire module contains 1, 2, 3, 4 functions. Now it's going to be checking if there's a test file first of all, if there's a test file for this module first. Now, if this module contains a test file, that is 1 point. Now it goes on to check if each function has a corresponding test in the test file for this particular module. So it will go in and check if you've written a test for from map, if you've written a test for copy width, if you've written a test for to map. Now, if you've skipped any of them, then your test percentage will decrease. So, for example, if I skip, usually we've been writing for from map, copy width, and to map, and we've been ignoring the empties. Now, this will actually cause your test coverage percentage to reduce. So you could have maybe 80 or 70% for this module because you haven't tested the empty constructor. The empty function, it counts it as a function or a constructor. It's type of a function, right? So in order to escape such a test, for the first time and for the last time, I'm going to teach you how to write a test for the empty case, for the empty function. You might figure this out yourself though. You could go ahead and try and see if you can figure out how you could write this test again, just for practice sakes. Now its description would be should return a course model. Your description doesn't have to be exactly mine. It just has to pass on the idea that you're trying to make sure that your course model will return with empty data. And how do you know that it's going to be empty data if your ID is the same as empty.id, or if your title is empty.title, and so forth and so on. So you could just go ahead and final result. We're acting directly. We don't have to arrange. It will be course model.empty. Yeah. Now we expect that the result I can't type. Result.title is empty.title, which if we hadn't written this way, if we left it as blank for the empty constructor, then we would probably be checking if the title was empty, which isn't a good way to check for emptiness, because maybe your title, the title of the course, could be empty because the admin has not uploaded any title. So that's why I decided to do it this way, because I had to teach you about empty constructors. So we could go ahead and run the test as well and see, make sure that it passes, so that we know that the empty constructors work and return us proper empty data. Not because we need to know though, because we know we've created a constructor properly, but just for the test coverage to pass. So if your test coverage doesn't pass because of empty, know that it comes from there. Now I'm going to skip to when I'm done writing for the rest of the test, except the test that will cause us issues. So I'll be right back when I'm done writing them. Now I'm done writing the test the way that we're used to, right? This is what we're used to. From map should return a course model of the correct data, and we're acting and seeing the result will be course model from map with tmap, the test map we've created, and then we're checking if that result is equal to the course model. Now this fails. Why? Let's see why it fails. It's gonna make a little shriek and say type map string dynamic is not a subtype of type timestamp in the type cast. And what is the problem? You can see that the expected, which is where's that test? Where is this error from? It's from this particular test. Yes, this one. So the from map. So you can also see that the expected would be this. So we're expecting that it's equal to the t-course model. Now the t-course model, no, is that from that test? Yes, it's rather from this to map. So we're expecting that this is the expected, the t map. So the test map is what we've got from the fixture. What we've got from the fixture looks just like this with the maps, with a map string dynamic. So that's why it says map string dynamic is not a subtype of type timestamp. Because why? Because in the actual, being the result, to map, in the to map, our created at is actually field valued as server timestamp. And this is what it does. This is what it returns, right? The only time this will become an actual map string dynamic is when you actually send this over to the Firestore. The Firestore will take it over and save these information for you to retrieve on your device. Yeah, this is what you get in your map or whatever if you convert it to JSON or whatever. But then when you run your test, this is how it would look like. So now we have that get the ability to override what the empty map has or what the empty map returns. So let's go ahead and see how it can do that. Now, in order to override anything at all, first of all, the question would be, what do we need to override to make this pass? So at this point, wait, give me a bit. At this point, for the 2map test, where is it? 2map, we're checking to see that the results that we get from this would actually match to the T map or whatever. Yeah. So we have to override either this one or that one to make them match. But we also know that this is actually what we get. This is actually what we get from the server, right? We can see that the problem comes from the T map over here. So when we actually convert this in our Flutter app, it still returns some sort of field value, whatever. Field value instance of method, channel, field value, whatever. But we can't store that here though. We can't go ahead and say, alright, since it does that, let's go ahead and use field value. We can't do that. This is a JSON file. Now you can go ahead and skip all of this issue. If you go ahead into your tests and instead of creating the map from a fixture, you go ahead and create it directly in here. So this map, you can go ahead and create a map. And in your created app, you could go ahead and copy where is it? It's in the run directory. You could go ahead and copy. In fact, let's copy this entire stuff. So you could go ahead and copy this entire stuff as your map, as your test map. Go ahead and import Cloud Firestore. We could delete this bit. And then you could go ahead and create a method channel field value, blah, blah, blah. But that's also going to be long method channel field, whatever. Yeah. That is going to be very, you don't even know where to get the method channel field value from, right? So that's not what we're going to do. So now in order to overwrite that, we're actually going to create our own timestamp. So first off, we have to go into our .json and copy this timestamp data. I'm going to copy this timestamp data over. So at the top here, I'm actually, before I even create the course model, I'm actually going to create final timestamp or timestamp data will be equal to this. And the linter is asking us to convert them to single quotes. Let's do that for the linter. This one to comma, got a comma there, and that's it, right? So we've got a data for this. Now, we're gonna have to convert this to a timestamp. So in order to convert this to a timestamp, I don't final timestamp dot from no, we have to import Cloud Firestore timestamp dot from. You can see the from. So now it has from date, from milliseconds or microseconds since the epoch, or whatever. We don't have those. What we have is a timestamp data. So what we're going to do is to go ahead, before we create the timestamp, we can create a date. So final date will be equal to date time dot from milliseconds since the epoch or whatever. And then we have a timestamp data at seconds as an integer. Then after we do that, how do we handle the nanoseconds in order to get a pinpoint accurate time? So we do dot add, and we add a duration Now we add a duration for microseconds, and for the microseconds we use timestamp data at underscore nanoseconds, also as an integer. Boom, done, dusted. Now that's not going to let me format it because I've got an error here, a syntax error. So let's go ahead and build this out. So the timestamp will be timestamp.fromDate, and then what date are we going to pass? That date. That's it. So format, hopefully it formats this time. Add a null check operator. No, leave me alone. I'm not going to do that. Why do you want me to do that as an integer? It's not going to be null, I promise. Good dart. Can't you take my word for it? What? Remove, add a null check, and remove the typecast. Alright, fine, whatever. Whatever, you're right. Better code, whatever. So, so now, after doing that, we could go ahead and change the tmap. The tmap at created at, and we can go and set that to be equal to the timestamp. And we can also set tmap at updated at to be also equal to the timestamp. So there's even no point putting that over there, but it's whatever. We still need this here for the form map or whatever. You might remove it. I don't think it even matters because we're overriding it anyway. So remove it from the course.json, but I'm going to leave it there in case I need to find some nanoseconds and milliseconds and whatever and whatnot. Now after doing that, we could go ahead and run the test again. Oh, oops. Run again. So let's see what happens this time. I don't think that's still going to work, but yes. So we can see that the from map passes now because we fixed that. However, the to map doesn't match. Why? It's telling me that you can see the expected and actual, and it's saying that location created at is field value instead of timestamp, nanoseconds, blah blah blah. What is the problem? So we can look here and we can see that in the expected would be, the expected is this. The expected is showing us that the created at, so that is from the tmap showing us a timestamp. Yeah, because that's what we've set in the tmap. However, the actual which is this, which is tcourse model tmap, is rather still returning us a field value of instance whatever. Personally, I've tried a lot of ways to get the tmap to pass in the past. I've tried a lot of ways to get it to turn green, but it never really ever works because at the end of the day, what you get in the result will be tcourse model.tmap, which will return you a field value. However, the tmap itself, we can only create a timestamp because I don't think we can instantiate field values. We can't instantiate a field value timestamp. So our only option, the only way that I've ever got these to pass were to remove the creator that or the date stuff, whatever contains that date. So we could go and say remove, we remove created at, and we remove also updated at. This is especially for the to map, and for the map as well, we don't use the tmap because it contains that, so we create a separate map and we can go and say final map will be equal to, we can say map or data map dot from, and we can get a new map from the tmap, and we dot remove at the, let me just copy this, Control C, Control V, copy paste, and we could go and run the entire thingy. and you can see the test passing because we've cut out those parts. So this is usually what it would look like if I had a date in mind. So this is it for our model test. Let's go ahead and write the repository implementations then. Go into features, still under course, still under models, new, file repo. This is the course repo implementation, and so on. So let's start creating our class course repo implementation. We'll implement. Remember, if you're confused because we have a lot of inheritance going on in our clean architecture, if you're ever confused about whether you should extend or implement, always look at the name of the class. If the name of the class ends with implementation, then it's definitely going to be implementing. Now, our constant course repository implementation. This dot takes a remote data source. So for this reason, we'll have to create course remote data source. We shall create a remote data source before we actually even start running the test for this. So add that underscore, go back into our data, new data file. It's going to be data sources, a course remote data source. Now for the course remote data source, I'm only going to create the interface so far because for the repository implementation to work, we only need access to the interface itself, to the contract. We don't need access to the actual implementation of it. We will only use the actual implementation of it when we're actually about to write or about to inject it into the tree, whatever, or inject it into the class, or inject into the class basically, into the repository implementation. So let's go ahead and create our contract, add a new line, abstract class, course remote data source. Now this is going to have two things: future list course model. Remember, in the other parts, it will always, let me see, it will always be the entity. However, whenever you're in your remote data source, always return the models. Always return the models. Never return the entity. Now we also have future void course. However, in your remote data source, even when you're collecting the arguments, they will always still be the entity, not the model. So we have a course remote data source. I have to add a constructor to make it constant. Beautiful. So now we can go back to our repository implementation, import this, and then start the rest of it. So I'm going to be skipping this part. My repository implementation, this is how I'm going to make it work. I'm going to be skipping to parts where I've completely written them. But for now, let's go ahead and just do the overwrite stuff. Add the async, so this has prepared us for writing the test. So we have our test, our empty shell. Remember, test-driven development. You write the test first, and then come here, implement the functionality in order to make the test pass. So that's exactly what we're going to do for this thingy right here. Course repo implementation. Delete. Now, first thing we'd do would be to create a mock. we import mocktail, and we import the data source itself. Next up, we start by writing our void main entry point for our test. We initialize these bad boys. Then we create the course model empty, because one of our we need to create an empty version, a test version of it, because one of our functions needs this. So when we're stubbing, when we're saying when the repository implementation dot at course, or sorry, when the remote data source, because the remote data source is our dependency. Remember, the only things we stub, only things we use when this or that on will be always be the dependency. You never stub the actual units that you're testing for. You always stub the dependency. Also, when we're verifying, you always will only able to verify your fake dependency when you're also verifying no more interactions. What we verify no more interactions for will be your dependency. So in this case, our dependency is a remote data source. So whenever we're saying remote data source dot at course, we will need to stub this, sorry, to put any actually, but then after putting the any, when we're actually acting on it, we'll need to give it a course model. So for that reason, I'm actually going to create final t course will be equal to course model empty. Next up, import that as well. Next up, we set up. Boom, boom, boom. That is the setup done. Next up, we go ahead. We also remember, we don't only test for successes, we also test for when there's an exception. So for that reason, we also need a fake exception. So let's go ahead and create a fake exception as well. That's our fake exception done. So let's go and write the first test. So the first test will be for the group at course. So let's go create the group at course. Now, if you remember how repository implementation tests work, then you could go ahead, pause the video, try to write both tests yourself. But remember how the testing works. Don't write both tests at the same time. You write the first test and you go and write the implementation that will make the test pass. Then you come back and write the second test and also implement that functionality into your code. So don't write more than you need to make a test pass. So the first test that we've written would be the test about success. What happens when it's successful? Let's go ahead and write. So I've written my success test. So when this is successful, what do I want to happen? Now we go ahead into our repository implementation and implement that. Then we can come back later and write the second test. So how are we going to do that? What does this test want? It wants that when the remote data source that course gets called with any, which we've registered t course, so it will take that fallback value and use that here to hold the stub to confirm for the stub or something. I don't know what it does with that, but it replaces that in here. So when that gets called with any type of course, we go ahead and act, and then we call the repository implementation .at course. Yeah, repository implementation should implicitly call the remote data source, and we verify it by checking to make sure that the remote data source .at course actually got called with the t course that was passed, or with the same course that was passed with the repository implementations at course. So they should be the same. This is what this is about, and it should only be called once. And we also verify that after this completes, there is no more calls made to the remote data source, being the dependency. There's no more calls made to the dependency. And we also expect that the result of that interaction, of that transaction, will be a write null. So let's go ahead and write the implementation to make that pass. So the first implementation would be to make sure that we call the remote data source that course. So let's go do that. So we await remote data source to add course with the course that was passed to the repository implementations at course, which is this course. Now it also expects that we should return a right null. So this will make the test pass dot constant right null. So go back to the test and run the test. And the test is passed. So we could go ahead and write the second test. After the second test, then we write the next implementation to make that work as well. Now this is my second test. The second test will give it a bit. The second test will await for the remote course to be called of that, but it expects that it returns a left server failure from the exception, and also it wants to make sure that the remote data source.add course was called, which we've already completed at this point. But even at this point, you could actually decide to remove these because you've done them here, and we know that we verified that here already, so we don't need to verify this again here, but I just leave them in here. Just know why I do that, but I just do. So how are you going to expect that this returns a left failure when there's an exception? So you can handle that case by on a server exception. So you try to catch the exception, and we go turn left server failure from exception, and we pass in the exception, and that should make the test pass. So let's rerun that test. Hopefully the second test passes this time. Yeah, so you can follow the same strategy and write the second test. I'm not going to write the second test right here. So I will write that though and implement it, but not on the video. So now I'm just going to show it to you either way. So I'm done writing my second test. So let's see what's happened. So first off, I wrote this test should return a list of courses when call to remote data source is successful. And then I stubbed it, acted, and I expected, and then I verified. I went in to write the implementation by awaiting for the remote data source.get courses to get done with returning the right courses. Then I went on to write the second test where we stub the call to the dependency, then we acted, and then we expected or asserted. So then we also went on to handle the errors in order to make that test pass. So that's it for our remote repository implementation testing. Now let's go ahead and write the remote data source and then test it. Now for that bit, we could go back into our remote data source. We can close other tabs. But in the remote data source, we're going to start with the implementation. Let's do that, shall we? So class remote, no, let me copy this and just add an implementation at the end of it. Remote data source import implements the actual contract. Now we add a constant course remote data source implementation in its constructor. Now what does it need though? It needs Firebase Firestore in order to add the course to the Firestore. Save its metadata in the Firestore. A course, do we need anything with storage? I don't think we do. Are we saving? Do courses have? Yes, courses actually have images. So, right? Courses do have images. Yes, courses have images. So, we will definitely need the Firebase storage. The final Firebase storage. Let me call that storage. And finally, we need the authentication Firebase auth also underscore. I always make my dependencies private. You could totally ignore that and do it your way, but so required Firebase Firestore. That will be the Firestore. Required Firebase storage. That storage can't spell. Required Firebase auth. That will be auth. Now we go ahead and initialize them. So Firestore will be equal to the public Firestore. Storage will be equal to the public storage. Auth will be equal to the public auth. And we close this up. Add an underscore here for the private. Now you go ahead and you create the two missing overrides, and that's it. Then you go on with your testing. This is how, so that you don't break the rules of TDD, writing the implementation before the test. So this is how it's meant to be. This will scream at you. Why? Because we've got a linter from Very Good Analysis. Very Good Analysis linter wants you to follow the to do comment doesn't follow the Flutter style. What is the Flutter style? The Flutter style is write the to do keyword, add a bracket basically, open and close, and then in there you put the title of the to do, and then over here you put the description of the to do. So the title in my case would be the course, and in my case here we've got get calls. You could totally ignore that because we're going to remove it either way, but if you're using Very Good Analysis and you've put a to do there by yourself that you need to do later, and you don't like those squiggly lines, and you don't understand what it means by Flutter's to do style. This is basically what it means. It needs this, so this will actually make it easier to find the to do. So when you go over to your to dos, yeah, with the new Android Studio UI, where is it? Yeah, there you are. So when we're looking for to dos, for example, you can see this to do. It says to do specify your own unique. I haven't put this to do. This is from, I don't know who's written this in the build grade, or it's either from Google or from Flutter themselves. But then in my education app tutorial, you can see my lib. I've got these to dos to do, and you can see it's speaking about the @course function. So that way you know exactly where that to do is from. So we can even say function or method. So that way you know exactly where it's from, something, or what it's talking about before the actual description. So let me leave it as I always do that way. So let's go write the test for this. So first of all, I'm actually going to copy the name so I don't make any typos. Now we shall write the tests. Now what are our dependencies? Let's go ahead and see what our dependencies will be. Now these are our dependencies. You can see the course remote data source is the actual unit we're trying to test. The first dependency would be the Firestore, which is from the fake cloud Firestore package. The second one's also from mock Firebase auth. Boom. Third one's also from here. These packages aren't packages that I came across in my Flutter journey or something. Like maybe I'd say I was browsing the interwebs and I did a lot of research and found out these packages handle testing perfectly. No, these packages were recommended actually by Flutterfire themselves, by Flutter's Firebase collaboration themselves. You can come over to the Flutterfire documentation, the testing section, and you can see unit tests using fakes. Unit testing using fakes includes the fake cloud Firestore, Firebase storage mocks, Firebase auth mocks, and the Google sign-in mocks. You can see I didn't make this up or get it from the internet. It's right there in the documentation. So most of these things whenever you get confused about them, just hit up the documentation. You'll always find a way out. So it will not stack there. So it said use fakes for unit and widget testing. Then use actual Firebase service for integration testing. Alternatively, you can use the Firebase emulator, but we're not going to be doing integration testing in this particular video. If you want a video about integration testing, you can request for that and we can make course around that. But then we're doing unit tests in this particular course. I might slip in a little widget test at the end of this course. It's pretty easy, really. It's just you just need to learn one thing. So we don't have different layers, or no, different, what do you call them? Yeah, different layers in our architecture to write different tests for. So for example, the test that you write from the models is different than the test you write for the repository implementation, and that's different than the test you write for the remote data source, which is different than the test you write for the use cases, different from the test you write for the blocks, and so forth and so on. So the widget test is basically just the same thing across the board. We have the same format for everything. So I might slip in one. I might if I remember. So, but then for now, let's go ahead and continue with our testing. So we're in the remote data source test. We've got our fake or our dependencies imported, all of them imported at the top there. So let's go ahead and set this up. We've already done a little setup before. I'm just going to copy that. The setup is a lot. I've actually thought about a way to abstract this setup, but remember it's a setup, right? We actually could abstract this setup. Let me do that. Let me find my oldest setup. It would be in the source auth data sources, auth remote data source. I've done a setup here. I don't like this setup because this setup actually, we've created the credentials, the mock user, and the Firebase auth ourselves. So let's go ahead and write the setup again by ourselves. So let's set it up ourselves because we don't need the extra stuff. Remember, I told you that was necessary because I was writing a test that was particularly for authentication. So the Firebase auth package wasn't enough for that. I had to create my own version of a mocks in order to pattern to our style of testing. So let's go and continue with this. Let's set up. Now, because we have to await some setup, we're going to use async. We have to await the Google sign-in. We have to await the sign-in authentication. We have to await the sign-in credentials and some of the stuff, I think. I don't remember the rest of them. So now the Firestore will be equal to fake Firebase Firestore. Now the final user, you registered a user because this is what you need for your authentication, your Firebase auth package to initialize it. You can also find that in your when you head over to the Firebase auth mocks. Give it a bit to load. So you can find this here. So this is what I'm following. I'm just simply copy pasting this. So I'm looking at this. Let's just walk through them. We don't have to copy paste because I have to change a few things. I change a few things for my testing. So let's just do this. Mock user. Now UID will be UID. Email will be email. Display name will be display name. Common complete. Beautiful. Now we go ahead and instantiate the Google sign-in. So it is Google sign-in will be equal to mock Google sign-in. Now we create the sign-in account, which is equal to await Google sign-in dot sign-in. What else do we do? Sign-in authentication. All right. Seeing that. So next up, it said Google auth will be equal to the await sign-in account dot authentication. Now we also have the credential, which will be equal to the Google Auth provider dot credential, and then we pass it the access token from the Google Auth dot access token, and it also passed in the ID token from the ID token from the Google Auth ID token. No, you're not going to complete it for me. ID token, beautiful. Now the auth will finally be the mock Firebase auth, and it will take a mock user, which will be the user we've just created and authorized, or authenticated, not authorized. We've authenticated our user. Now we've created that mock user. We await auth.sign-in credential, and we sign in with that credential. Now the storage, however, let me add a space for the storage, will be equal to the mock Firebase storage. We've created our storage bucket. We can finally create the remote data source, the actual unit, which will be course remote data source implementation. It takes Firestore storage and auth. That's it. So we're done. Now for the add courses, let's write a test. Create the first group. The first group will be the add course group. Now the test itself should add the given course to the Firestore collection. I'm sorry. Async open close. Let's start by arranging before we act. What are we going to arrange? We need to arrange a course. So course will be course model. Alright, let me not confuse you. Alright, I'm already used to this, so I already knew what to arrange. But how do you know what to arrange? So you can try acting first if you're confused about what to arrange. You don't have to go sequentially and always arrange before acting and then before asserting. You can always act first, but remember that when you act and then you find out that you need to arrange something, you always go back at the top to arrange it. Don't arrange it after you act. So let's try and act first. So what is our action? Your action will always be the function that you're testing. So what function are we testing? It's await remote data source dot add course. We don't have to save it to a result because it returns void. So what course is it? So now you can see we need a dependency. It needs something, not really a dependency, really. So we need course. It's a dependency in some way though. Now we can go and arrange that course. Empty. Yeah, so we take that course model and pass it there. Now we've acted and then we've arranged. Yeah, so we now assert actually. So, but then before we assert, our assertion will be quite kind of different here. We're trying to make sure that the given course was added to the Firestore collection. So meaning that we're trusting that we've already passed it a Firestore version, a version of a Firestore in here. So at this point, we're expecting that this person will make a call to the Firestore, add something to the Firestore, but then we can't verify that it called a Firestore. We can't verify all those because the mock classes or the fake classes aren't from us. The mock dependencies aren't created by us using mocktail, so we can't really stub them. So the best we can do is to just check to see if something was added to the Firestore collection. So how are we going to check to see if something was added to Firestore? So first of all, we need to get data from the Firestore. So final Firestore data will be equal to await the fake Firestore that we have dot collection. So we're expecting that by the time this is done, that something's been added actually, and if we check, we'll find it. So courses at courses collection at courses dot get everything in that collection. Now we can expect that the Firestore data dot docs dot length is 1, meaning that one thing has been added. Now before this you might try to expect to see if it was 0, then make sure that it's 1 at this point, but we know it's going to be 0. We'll know it's 0. So you can write a different test to make sure that its initial length should be 0, and then at this point the length should become 1 or something. You can go ahead and do it that way. So after expecting that, we could go ahead and then check what was actually, or the ID that was actually in there, that was actually inserted in there. So let's go ahead and wait. Right, after we do that, and I'm going to talk you through the next thing. I think just remembered we have to do something else when creating a course. But before that, we've done this. We've checked if the docs.length becomes 1. Now we could go ahead and final the course reference itself. Let's get the document itself. So that will be Firestore data docs.first, meaning the first document in the Firestore data. Now we could go ahead and expect again that the course reference data at ID is equal to the course ref.id. So if you get what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to check to make sure that it actually changes the ID of the data that is stored in the Firestore. So at the point when we're taking the course model empty and passing it to the add course, we don't have any ID for the course. However, we want to do something where before we actually save the course to the Firestore, or even after we save it, we want to make sure that we change its ID to become the ID of the document, the reference of the document. So for example, let's go to our Firestore. Let me So you can see Frodo Proto representative. Now Frodo Proto's representatives UI UID is actually the same as his document ID, the document's ID. So you want to make sure that after that course gets added to a collection, that course's the course's ID property gets changed to use the same ID as a document. So this is what we're testing for. So now in the test, we just call that to make sure, we will implement that to make sure that it passes. So, but then before that though, after that then, every time we create a course, we want to create a group chat, the course. So now this is going to force us actually to create a group or to add a group functionality. So let's go ahead and create a group and add the test to make sure that it creates a group. So final group result will be equal to await, or sorry, group data will be equal to await Firestore.collection at groups dot get, and then we expect that the group data dot docs dot length is greater than 1. It was equal to 1, meaning a group has been created, and final group reference is equal to group result dot doc dot first group data dot docs dot first. Now we also expect that the group ref dot data at ID is equal to the actual document's ID. So the ID stored in the database in the Firestore or Cloud Firestore is actually the same as the document's ID. Now after that, this is what I want to do. I actually want to make sure that the group that was created is the courses group, a group for the course. So how do we do that? We're going to expect that the course ref dot data at group ID got changed, and it's group ref.id. So the group ID is equal to the group ref ID. We can also do the same thing for the group. So the group ref dot data at course ID. So the group's course ID will be the course ref.id. So this is our test. So now we're going to write the code to make this test pass. So let's go ahead and do that. So before we actually do that, we're going to have to create a group model. So let's go ahead and create a group model. We can go to the source, create a chat feature, new Dart file. So it'll be in the chat, domain, entities, and we have the group.dart. So this is what a group will look like. Now our group will have a few things. A group class, group extends equatable. Now we can constant group. The reason why we're creating a group is because we need to create a group model, because then we need to add a group's data to the server the moment we create a new course. So for every course, we automatically create a group. This is the functionality we're trying to implement. Now, what is a group going to have? A group is going to have a string ID, going to have a string name, going to have a string course ID, the ID of a course that it's linked to, final list string members, the UID of every member that's in it, final string, last message, final string, the group image URL. Now the last message will be what we display. So you remember apps like WhatsApp, when you're outside of the group, you can see that list tile that displays the group URL, the name of the group, and underneath it you have the last message that was sent to the group. So this is what we use the last message for, because we don't want to have to query every single group that's on the page and then check all of their messages and find the message that was last sent. So whenever the user sends a new message, we set that message to be the last message, and that's how it will work. Last message timestamp. Final string, last message, sender name. So we can easily display that. Also going to be a string, and it's also going to be nullable, because these could be null when there's no message in the group. So after that, we can override list of objects, get props. How is a group going to be equal to another group? They're going to be equal. Their name, their ID, and their course ID are the same. What is your problem? Oh, I haven't. Sorry, I'm so sorry. This dot. No, stop. Stop it, stop it, stop it. A named argument constructor. Okay. Move this before every other member. Beautiful, beautiful. Now for the empty, group.empty, we have the ID, which will be equal to this. You can actually do this constructor, or we can wrap it in this and then do the ID. We're just gonna go ahead with this version, so closing brace on that. The ID will be empty. Wait, hold on a bit. Let me see if this will auto give me what I'm looking for. No, stop. This, no. Doesn't autocomplete, whatever. Close with the ID, name will be empty. false ID will also be empty. Members will be constant empty list. Our last message will be empty. Group, wait, last message can actually be null. So we're actually going to make this null. So if it's nullable, I prefer to make it null. So we have last message, group image URL could be nullable. So you're also going to be null made. Last message timestamp will also be datetime.now. Wait, that is actually nullable, so yes, null. Thank you. Last message sender name also null. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So close this up. Group.empty, constant modifier, boom. Yeah, that's a group. So let's go create a group model, dart file, data, models, group model. You already know how this works, so I'm just going to skip to where I've created the model. So this is what it looks like. It's just the same thing that we've been doing over time. So wait, hope I haven't skipped anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, yes, yes. 8, 8. So I've also left you some comments to see other ways that you can do this. So we used list of strings, not from the list dynamic, because remember I always told you to cast your lists as dynamic lists at first. Now you can also remove the dynamic, because if you remove it by default, it's basically saying the same thing, list dynamic by default. So you can remove that, and then you can also go ahead and set members to be members at this.cast. You use the cast and cast a list of strings from the dynamic list. You can also go ahead and create a list of dynamic list and then map, and then from each dynamic item you add it to the list, to the new list as a string, really. So these are different ways you can do this. I've added them in the comment. You can find them in the source code. So that's it for the group model and the group entities. So let's go ahead and use these to do our implementation where it's required. So I've noticed I've made a mistake here. My type devs is actually called type devs. So utils, all utils, type devs, dev6, type devs. Yes. So close that, close this boy up, close source, close these. Now let's go ahead and make this test pass. From here we go to the actual implementation, delete to do what I'm actually going to delete this. So the first thing we do is final user will be equal to auth.current user. So this is my way of verification, not authentication. Verification, basically, I think. Authorization, yes, authorization. So there's authentication and then there's authorization. So who tells us that this user or the person who's making this request is authorized to use this application? We just check that the current user is actually logged in, right? And how do we know they're logged in? That's if user is equal to null. Does Firebase auth have a dot is logged in or something? I don't think it does. That is the auth, right? Wait, let me see if it's got anything like that. So if auth dot, what functions have you got? I need a boolean to know if someone's logged in. We don't have such boolean, so let's check on the current user. That is email is anonymous, UID, get token. There's no bool, so the only way we can know if this user is valid, check if the user is equal to null. So they're not making it an authorized request. Then what are we going to do? We're going to throw our own exception. So throw constant server exception. What is this message going to say? User is not authenticated. And the status code could be 401. 401 means insufficient permission or some insufficient something. You can go check out the HTTP status codes and their meanings. But for me, I know what I need, so that's 401. So we could final course ref will be equal to file.collection at courses.document. So this is how we do this. This is, remember what the test was about. So the second test was to make sure that the actual ID that's stored in the Firestore is the same as the ID of the document. How am I going to do this? How I'm going to do this is I'm going to first create the document without adding anything to it. So it's going to be an empty document, then it's been created, right? And we have a course ref. It's a reference to the document, basically. Now with that reference, you can get an ID. Now after doing that, I'm actually just going to create also a group ref for the group, so a document for the group. So that way we can also get the ID for the group before we actually add anything in there. So we put that in a groups collection document. Yeah. Now we create the course model. Or not create, actually, we already have a course model over here, so we just extend on it. So variable course model, let me call that course model because we already have a course here. Course model will be equal to the course that we have as a course model, because if we don't test it as a course model, then we can't actually go ahead and say course.copyWith. It doesn't have a copywith method, because over here it's course and not course model. So the course doesn't have any copywith methods in it. It's only the course model. So for that reason, I'm going to cast it. And also when I'm passing this, I'm going to make sure that it's a course model. So as a course model, if it's not a course model, then it's going to throw an error. And I will have to find where I've passed it down the widget tree or in my widget, or where I've passed it down in the architecture and correct that error. So ID, we're changing the ID to be course ref.id. We're changing its group ID to be the group ref.id. So now we've changed what we have in our course model before we actually push it to the server. So after that's done, we can go ahead and say if course model dot is the images file. Now you see why we need the images file. Now we're actually not going to in our if you notice in our course model.toMap, I've actually not added images file property. There's nothing like that. We don't need it in the server. We only need it at the point of creating the course. Only at this point. After this, we no longer need that property. So that's why I've added it there. So if the image is a file, then we create an image reference. Image reference will be equal to storage.ref.child. Now you give a path where you want this to be saved. Now I want it to be saved in a courses folder. So create a courses folder in the storage. And then in that folder, create course model.id using the course model.id. So now we have the courses. In the courses folder, where we could have the course profile pics, the courses materials, the courses videos, the courses whatever. Yeah, a course has more than the profile image. So we create a courses folder. In a courses folder, we create a folder for each course using their ID. Now in this particular courses IDs folder, in this particular courses folder, we create another folder called profile images or profile image. One course can only have one image unless you need a profile image history, then you can have more than one images. So every time a user changes their course or the admin changes the course image, then you can just add it instead of overwriting what you already have in the profile image. So that way you can always check back and see what images you had at what time. So now in the profile image folder, we can use the course model.title as the name, and we can add a hyphen PFP. So if it was Dart, it will be Dart PFP. If it was Flutter, it will be Flutter PFP. And that way we just know what it is, right? So that's it. Close this up. Now we can await image ref dot put file. So we put the file, and the file will be create a file. We create a file from the .io, and the path for that file will be the course model dot image. So this is how it's going to work actually. So if the image is file, at the point when we're sending the course model over to our remote data source from the UI, in the UI when we're bundling the course model and sending it over to the other layers, when the image is actually a file, the user has uploaded the image as a file, we set the image's file property to true, and then we set the image property to be the path, the string path of the image. So that way, at this point, if the image is file, we can be sure that the image is the file path of that image. So after we do that, we could go ahead and say .then get me the value, and async we can check and say that the final URL will be await value.ref.get download URL, and then we set the course model to be equal to the course model.copy with, and we copy with what the image, where the image will be the new URL. That's it. So after we do that, we can go ahead where I've exited this. Where am I? The images file, blah blah blah. We do that and we exit. Yes, and then we exit the if statement, and we can await for the course reference dot set. Now we've created a course reference dot empty document. Now we're setting data into the document. So we set the course model dot to map. Now this is in the Firebase tutorial. That's why I'm not slowing down at this part. We could go ahead and create for the group as well. So we've done this for the course. Now for the group should be relatively easy. So we could go ahead and create a new group. So the group will be group model. A new group model. What is the ID going to be? The ID will be the group ref.id, and the name of the group will be the course title. So if the course title was Dart, then we have a Dart group and so forth. So we also have members. The members is going to start off as an empty list. We have a course ID. The course ID can be the course ref.id. What else do we need? Do we have, or possibly could have? We have a last message. Yeah, these can be null because no message has been sent yet. So the group image URL. Yes, the group image URL will be the course model dot image. So at this point, the course model's image has been converted to a URL if the image is file. If it was a URL, however, it will remain as a URL, and we'll also use that URL here. So that's how this is going to work. Put a comma, put a semicolon, and break. Yes. So we put semicolon, we break. So we've got our group created. Now we can go ahead and then group ref dot set group dot to map. We can what is your problem? Add an await. You could either add a wait and let this complete after it completes the function exits, or you can just go ahead and return this future void. It returns future void, so you can return future void, meaning that this will be the same type as this, and the async will cause it to be awaited upon. So this will implicitly be awaited upon to complete. Now this is done. The test should relatively pass. Let's see if the test passes. and we can see that the test is passing, so everything got added properly. You can also create a fake file over here and then check the storage to make sure that the file got added, but we've already done that in the auth, so there's no point going through all that stress again. We know that the storage works. Boom bop. So these are done. Let's go ahead and try catch this, because we want to catch any errors. So try. Boom. When that's done, first thing we actually want to catch would be on server exception, because we've thrown a server exception over here. So when that happens, we don't want that to go directly to the catch block, because when this happens and we don't catch it here with this on server exception, then it will actually go to the catch block, and the catch block handles stuff differently. So when that happens, we rethrow so that it can escape the catch block. Else, if it actually comes to the catch block, the general catch block, this is what's going to happen. It's actually going to throw a server exception that uses e.toString, because we don't know what type of error that is, and it will be a 500 error. So the reason why I've actually gone and caught this is to prevent it from coming here, because if I don't do this, then that throw, whatever I throw here, will come here, and then it will convert it to e.toString, and e.toString, we don't have a toString for server exception, so it will actually just say instance of server exception. You're just going to see instance of server exception in your snack bar, and then you see status code 500. I don't like this to be 500 because it's my error, so let me make that 505. I don't know if 505 means anything, but we also have to handle on Firebase exceptions as well. Catch E. I hope we remember how Firebase exceptions work, so we can throw our own server exception, and the message will be e.message, so which is nullable. So if it's nullable, we can say unknown. I keep messing up with the spelling of unknown. Unknown error occurred. Status code can be e.code. Boom. So we've done this. Format, what's the problem? PFP at trailing comma. I've added that. I hope you're happy. We can break this actually. So yeah, that's perfect. So the call, remember, whenever you change something in the unit that you've already tested, you can go ahead and rerun the test to make sure that it passes. So hopefully that test passes still after what I've done. So we could go ahead and do the get courses now. Yes, the test still passes. So where's my test? Now for the get courses, it's straightforward. We just contact the collection and get everything it has in it. So let's go ahead and write the test for that. Minimize. Command L, close down this group. Get courses. Now the test is going to be, should return a list of course when the call is successful. No, I don't think this is actually the correct definition of what I'm looking for actually. It could be actually, but yeah, let's write the test this way. Could be async. Now we can go ahead and arrange, or if you don't know what to arrange, you can act first, and the action would be the final result will be equal to await remote data source get courses. Now when you try to do this, we will expect, this is the assertion, we will expect that the results will be equal to what? Some courses that we've arranged. So let's arrange final expected courses will be equal to a list. Now course model dot empty. I'm going to create two separate dates. So the copy with what created at first date and second date. Now I can have this, and I can also duplicate this and say created at second date with ID of 1 with title of course 1. So I've changed a lot in my model, so let's see how this works. So comment this out so that I can format. Now first date, final first date will be equal to date time dot now. Final second date will be equal to date time dot now. You don't have to do this actually. You can just have only this first call. So I'm just doing this for fun. And constant duration seconds. I'm adding 20 seconds. So 20 seconds from now, the second course will be created. So I'm expecting that whenever I call this, that its results will be equal to these expected courses. Yeah. So so how is this even going to work? Because there's no courses added to the Firestore yet. So how is getting courses going to return exactly our expected courses? So meaning that our act phase is not over yet. So how are we going to do this? We can go ahead and add the courses by ourselves in the act section, in the arrange section rather. So this is the act. Now still under the arrange, we can go ahead and say that for final course in expected courses, what are we going to do? We're actually going to await remote data source dot add course. Since we've already written a test for this, we can then use it in a different test. And we could go ahead and add that course, basic. So you can see for every course in here, you can go ahead and add the course, and the add course will actually use the Firestore that we've created at the top, add that course to the Firestore, and we can expect that after that's done, we could go ahead and call the get courses and get the exact same courses. So let's see how that test passes. It actually won't pass because we're still in the red phase. We haven't implemented it yet. So we have to go ahead and implement that. It's going to fail, obviously. Unimplemented error. So boom, delete. So how is the implementation? What is the implementation going to look like? So to get courses, we're actually just going to, let me first try catch. And for the try catch, I'm actually going to copy this over, paste it here. So we've got our catch block done. Now final user, let me just copy that over as well. This bit, the authentication bit. So we've got that bit. We can return firestore.collection at courses.get.then the value that you return. I want you to return the value.docs and then map each doc, and for each doc you can use that document and get me a course model.from map. And what is the map going to be? The map is going to be the doc.data, and we can convert this to list.to. No, this to list should be here because .to lists. Yes. Then we add a comma and that's it. So let's try running this test again. No, it doesn't pass. So why? Because the expected was course model empty and course model 1 for their IDs. But what it actually got was the course models with their actual document reference. Their actual document references. Yes. All right. So this was actually because we used the add course, and the add course is using the actual document references. So let's just go ahead and add it ourselves without the document, because at this point there's no way to get the document reference that was set in here. So, is that right? Is that right? Let's change this up. So let's go ahead and just add it ourselves, basically using the Firestore, whatever. So we can await for Firestore, because we can't get access to the data, the ID rather. So let's go ahead and add it ourselves. Firestore collection at courses dot add course dot to map. That's it. So this way it's adding it without setting. So you remember that in there we're actually in the at courses, we're actually changing the IDs before we add them to the IDs of the document. So that's why we've got this, which is correct. But in this case we don't care about that, because all we need to know to make sure of is that the expected courses get added and they also get returned. So let's run this. Whatever we add gets returned. Yes. So now we don't. Again, I'm making this clear. At this point, this is in back practice because we've already tested the at course, and the at course in the at course we've written a test that makes sure that the ID gets changed to the proper ID. So at this point, we don't care about the proper ID getting used because we've already written that test. So at this point, all we care about is to make sure that we get the courses that were added, whatever courses were added, whether their IDs were proper or not. So that's it for this bit. Let's go ahead and write the block. I'm just going to skip to where I've written the block really, because it's basically the same thing we've done all the time. So but it will be in the source code, and then we can go ahead and build out the UIs that use the course. I finished writing my course qubit. This is the qubit. This is what it looks like. It's basically what we've done before. We omit adding courses when we're adding courses, and we call the use case which we depend on, blah blah blah. We do the same thing for this place as well. We go to our qubit test, and the state is simply initial loading courses, adding course added, courses loaded, course error, and that's it. And we can go back here and we can see the test, which is also basically what we've done already. We mock, go ahead and initialize everything, tear down the qubit when we're complete, check the initial state first, then start writing the test for each functionality. Now for each of them we arrange, we act, and we assert. These are our assertions. We stop and we hijack, we act, blah blah blah. You can go through the source code because you can find this in the source code. Now, which brings me to where my code crashed, because normally, remember that the way we actually wanted our error code or error messages to function is when we have an integer as our status code, then we will show the status code error. Let me see. So what if we've mistakenly, so this is a server failure. What if in cases, because if you look in here, in remote data source itself, when there's a status code, we actually can't pass 505 integer, because the status code for the server exception is expecting a string. We could go ahead and make a dynamic one, but I like issues like this. I don't like going straight and fixing them through like easy means, like coming in and changing this to dynamic as well, because the status code can be dynamic. There's an easier way we could do this, because how we were detecting this before was going to our server failure. When we go to our server failure, we can see why this fails, because in a server failure, if the error message is a string, if the status code is a string, then it doesn't put in the error text. But if it's not a string, for example, an integer 505 error, it does that. Now the exception is actually a string by force. So how are we going to handle this here? The first way, which is easier, is to go there and make it dynamic. The second way is to change how we handle this thingy over here. So we could go ahead and remove this arrow, because now we have to add some logic into our getter. So we can now end of day, you will return this. Now the logic will go this way. We have a show error boolean. Should we show an error? Show error text. will be true if the status code is not a string. If it's not a string, or if int.tryPass will try to pass whatever string you give it into an integer. If that's not true, it won't throw an exception, it will rather return null. So we can just simply check if the status code has string. At this point we're sure that it's a string, because it won't come here if this isn't a string. So this will exit as false. This will exit with the value false if this is not a string. So we're checking if this isn't a string, show the error text, but if it's a string, continue and check this. No, wait. It's not a string. If it's not a string, wait, let me wrap my head around my logic. If it's not a string, it's going to return. But if it's a string, this is going to throw false. Yes. So if this is a string, then it's going to continue to the all section, check if this one passes, because if it's a string, then this part will fail. Then it will go on to check if the second condition will pass in order to continue returning what it's returning. So meaning at this point we're very sure it's a string. So yeah, my logic sounds correct. So if it's not equal to null as well, then we know that we can show error text. So over here we can do this status code, this, and then this place we can change all of these and place this entire thingy with show error text. Now if the show error text is true, we want to show error, else we don't want to show anything at all. So that's how this would work. So let's run the test again and see if it passes. Hopefully it does. It does. So everything passes. So it tries to pass this as a string, and because it's a correct integer, then it will show 505 error, blah blah blah, whatever. So this is our qubit done. Now before we actually go over to the UI, the course actually contains more than one thing. So the course actually contains more than the course itself. A course can contain materials, documents, videos, and so forth and so on. So we also have to do the implementation for adding videos and getting videos for a particular course. We have to do the same for materials. So almost all of these things, entirely all of these things actually are related to courses. So when we have a course, the course is the base parent. Under courses, we have a video feature. That feature will also be dependent on the course feature. All right, so we could do this way, where we have features course. Under courses, we could have other sub features. So you could actually go ahead and put the course directly in here in the source. So we can actually go cut this, put this in the source, then inside that feature we can have more features. So let me refactor this. Hopefully there's no errors. Yeah, there's still errors. So let me delete this. Wait, what have I done? No. Is this correct? It's course data. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is in the test rather. So I thought I lost all of my stuff. So this is still in the test. So over here, we're actually going to cut this bit and put in the source. So in the source we have these refactor. So I'm going to delete the features. So in here, what is your problem? App core common features. We could just go through app source. I'm going to copy this and replace every instance of this with app/source, and that's it. So we hit replace in files. Now we can paste what we're replacing. So we can replace every core common features course. We can replace them with source course. Hopefully that fixes it. Yes, that fixed almost everything we had. So organize imports. Yes, and that's it. What? What is your problem? Still got errors? Oh, my Android Studio is freaking out because I changed all those at the same time. So I'm going to shut down my Android Studio. First of all, let me do that here as well. So place in the files, do that. Yeah, that's a lot. So place all. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to shut down Android Studio and let it index again because the index is broken. So let me do that quickly. So what I simply did was I closed the project and started it again. We shut these down and let it index. So go ahead and index, mate. So we've still got some issues. Let's see what the issues are. So the rest of them are gone actually. So we've got these issues. Haven't I imported you lot? Oh yeah. So I think I have to, oh my, sorry. I have to remove a few dots and, yes. I have to remove a few dots and organize the imports. Let's see. Dart fix apply. So that wherever I've got disorganized imports, it will reorganize them for me. So now under this course feature, so this is a solid feature. Under it, where I'm going to have the data domain presentation, but we're also going to have more features under this particular feature. So I don't know if this is a good arrangement of architecture, but I don't see any problem with it actually, because for me it actually structures it in that way. You can go ahead and leave it how we had it before, and then also split the other features into separate features. But for me, they're connected. They're all connected to the course feature. So I'm actually going to create a features folder in here, and then create my other features. So for example, I'm going to have a videos feature. I'm also going to have a materials feature, and so forth and so on. So directory, I'm going to have materials. Now I'm finally going to have exams actually. So that's it. That's all we need for this. So let's go and inject then into our data source or whatever, into our application. Let's do the dependency injection. So close out everything, close all the tabs, in fact, close every tab, and then we find the injection container main. Come on, mate, you don't have to be that slow. Now, the next thing we're injecting will be the await init course. Now, for the course, we can future void init course async sl register factory. Now, what are we registering? We're registering the course qubit. Course qubit needs an at course. We passed the at course with the service locator. After this, I'm just going to be skipping the dependency injections from now. Just give you enough practice. When I say skip though, I don't mean I just totally skip it and you won't see it anymore. See me doing it anymore. I'll still walk you through it, but I won't be writing it out this way. Because these will just make the video 40 hours long. 100 hours long actually. So we register this time, not a factory, we register lazy singleton. So what are the first dependencies we have? We have the at course, so that will be the at course. This needs a repository, we ignore that for now. We also have a new register lazy singleton. This will be the get courses. And this also needs the repository, so let's inject the repository. Then since this will always be looking for the was it course repository. We could go past it wait, let me delete this entire thingy. Course repo implementation, which needs the remote data source, and this needs the course remote data source, and we give the remote data source implementation. So course remote data source implementation, which wants Firestore, storage, and the auth. However, where I'm going to pass in the service locators for these things. Now the service locator will search in its registry to see if any of these have been registered before. So Firestore, Firestore, the storage, and the auth client have been registered before. So they've all been registered before, so we can ignore that now. They've all been registered into the registry, so they will live on, so we don't have to go and do this bit. So if you've already registered it before, no need to register it again. So your service locator will find it because this has been saved into the registry. So close this. Now we can go to the presentation. We've got our Cubit. Let's create a view. So the first place we're going to use this will not be in here, where I'm going to have a home feature. And the home feature will display the courses, the videos from a particular selected course for the day. So let's go ahead and implement all of those. We go to the source, we create a new feature file. It will be home, the home feature. In the home we have presentation. Yeah, right. Yeah, the home only has presentation because we've already taken care of the backend, or sorry, the middle end connection of the backend for the front end in the course section, the course feature. So we have the presentation and we have the home view. Because it's a view, it's not its own screen, it's going to be a part of what we already have existing on the dashboard. So it's going to, we shall import material, and after that we stateless home view. I'm actually going to do heavy abstraction on this one because again I don't like when my main pages are cluttered up or messed up a lot. So first of all, let's go to the dashboard controller and inject this here. So in the placeholder we have the home view, and where I'm going to wrap the home view in a widget. The home view is actually going to have more than one, I think, qubit in there. But let's start with the first block provider. So the first one will actually create, and we have this, which goes ahead to find us a service locator for the course qubit, because it's going to use the course qubit. So we've got the course qubit. Import the service locator, and that's it. It will exceed 50 lines of code or whatever. We've got profile. We haven't injected anything here yet, so yes. That's it. We've got our home view. Do you think we're gonna ever push home view? So should we write home view for the router? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and implement the home view. So the home view will start off with a scaffold. Now this scaffold will have a background color of white. I'm actually thinking of putting this background color in the main, since we're using white a lot, but I don't mind. You can go ahead and do that. Send body behind app bar true. App bar will be, let's also abstract the app bar. So we have a home app bar, similar to what we've done with the, was it auth? I think that was for the authentic, no, the profile rather. Profile app bar and the rest of them. So the body we have a gradient background, and its image will be home gradient background, yes. And its child, let's abstract that as well and make it the home body. So was my profile. You can see we also did something similar where we put the app bar here. So let's go ahead and also refactor as well. So still in the presentation actually, we're creating a new, no, in the presentation we needed views. So directory views. In the views we put the home views in there. And that gets refactored automatically. So we create a new dart file, we create widgets, we create the home app bar. Now in the refactors, we create the body. So what do we create first? Should we create the body or the app bar first? Let's go with the app bar. So the home app bar will be import material. So it's going to be a stateless widget, home app bar, extends stateless widgets and implements preferred size widget. Now we override the preferred size, which is going to be size.fromHeight k2bar height, size.fromHeight k2bar height, which is basically 56. So the reason why I prefer using this than explicitly stating 56 is what if the toolbar height changes in Flutter? So maybe after Flutter updates, they discover that 56 is too big or too small, and they change it. I also want my application to cater to that, or app bar. We have a title to be, it's going to be a content text that says my classes. That's what I see on the UI, so I'm going through that. Go with that. Center title will be false. I'm going to stick to the left rather. The reason why I'm explicitly setting center title to false, by default center title was false, but then since material 3 got added, center title became true by default. So now I have to set it to false by default. So since we're using material 3, it will be true by default. So in this case, I'm overriding that and setting it to false. So the actions will be, we have an icon button. On press of that, we can handle that later. On the UI, it shows constant icons dot search. We're never going to use this though, but it's just there on the UI, so it fills up the UI a little bit. So we're not going to be implementing that functionality because, again, this course isn't about, it's not even really about the application we're building. It's just about clean architecture and the rest of them. Now, we're going to have a notification icon. The notification icon will be wrapped with a notification qubit. So we actually even have to implement the notification qubit. So after building out this UI, we go and implement the notification feature on its own. So we will create the notification bell. Let's create a widget for that separately. So that way we can go ahead and wrap it with whatever we need to wrap it with. But for now, I'm going to just add an icon, icons.bell, iconly light.bell. What is it? Notification. Yes. What is your problem, mate? Oh, it's outside of it. So sorry. No. After that, we have what do I see on the UI? Let me check. We have the user's profile stuff thingy. So for that, we're actually going to need the user's data, and we need to listen actively to the user's data. So we could go ahead and use a consumer for that. Now the consumer will be for user provider, and we have the builder. The builder will give us this, give us a provider, and give us the child. Now we can return, I'm padding that a little bit. let's give the padding only on the right, because it will stick. What I find is that the last action usually sticks to the end, so we're going to pad that by 16 on the right, far right end. And then the child will be the circle avatar. Radius should be very small, so radius, I'm going to take 24. Background image, we'll use the provider.user.profile pic. If it's not equal to null, we'll use a network image and use the provider.user.profile pic. And we also save that as a null. Else, we're using asset image from the user, media.res.user, and we set that as an image provider so it doesn't freak out on us. Add some constant, and that's it. This is our wrap bar. So let's, what's it? I need a comma, format, that's it. So we've got our app bar, but we can import the app bar. I'm sorry, home app bar. We're going to add constant, and add a comma. Let's go build the body. But before the body, let's run the application so we can see what we're building actually. So I'm going to replace this with a place, or no. Let's start with a body stub and then we run the application basically. So let's go start off the body. So the body, I'm going to create a refactors. So dart file refactors home body. Now the home body will be, let's make it, what do I need to do? I need to initialize the courses and get every course for the home. So for that, I'm going to make a stateful widget. So stateful, so import stateful material rather. Stateful widget, home body. Now it's going to take a placeholder, and at the top, we're going to have our void get courses. Let's use the context.read course Cubit.get courses. We import Flutter BLoC and we import course Cubit. Now after that, we override init state, and after super.init state, we go ahead and call get courses. So that will get all our courses. Now in our home view, we can go ahead and import the home body. Wow. So the scaffold can actually go ahead and then be a constant scaffold. That's actually the first time in a long time I've had a constant scaffold actually. So this means that our view is very, very small. It's very, very concise. It's very little. So let's go run the app. Oh wow, that's a lot. Tests. So let's run the application. The app started. Let's check out our home and see what the home looks like. So you can see what the home looks like at the very moment. These are too close together. I think that's too close together. Let me separate them a bit. Go to the home app bar. Maybe when I build out the notification bell widget, then we can fix that. But for now, I'm going to ignore that and leave it as it already is. So let's go over to our home body and build out the body of our application. Now, first thing, we get the courses, right? After we get the courses, we can go ahead and listen to the qubit in order to render the different states that we have. So I'm going to use a consumer for now. So I'm removing the builder as the first argument. using the listener context date. Beautiful. Now we check if the state, no, on our side, if state is course error, what are we going to do? We use the call utils.show snackbar, and the message will be the state.message. Now else if the state is courses loaded, meaning we've fetched all courses and they've loaded. Now first thing we do is to check if the state.courses is not empty. Now the reason I'm actually checking if it's not empty over here in the listener and not in the builder is because I actually want to do something. So let me show you what I'm trying to do. So if it's not empty, if we fetch the courses and it's not empty, we can go ahead and say final courses will be, we're creating courses variable. So the state.courses.shuffle, and then we create a course of the day. So you could go ahead and also do this on your backend or write a complete functionality for this for fetching course of the day. So maybe in a day, for every day you could write a cloud function that every day find the course that has the highest activity or something and make that the course for that day or for the course of the week or whatever. But I need a course of the day. Why? Because on the dashboard we have some cards at the top, right? Those are just there for fancy for us. And then we have the section where we see all courses listed. Not all of them, basically, just 5 of them, and then you have a see all feature. And then we finally have a section for videos. Now we have a lot of courses in the same application. Are we going to display every video? No, we need to display videos for a particular course. Now, how do we pick the course? This is how I bore the concept of the course of the day, because I need a particular course to display its videos on the dashboard for you. So if the course of the day was Dart, then we will use course of the day for Dart and write it out here. So now for this reason, I'm actually going to go ahead and create like some sort of notifier for course of the day, and we're going to make it act also like a singleton as well. So to notify everyone for the course of the day or something. So let's go ahead and create that notifier. We can go into call. In call we can create, should I put this in common? Yes, probably. And in common we have apps, we have providers. Now still inside of the providers, and we have tab navigator, user provider. Let's create the course notifier, new Dart file, course notifier. Course of the day notifier actually. Refactor rename. Course of the day notifier. Now we can pass course of the day notifier, sends chain notifier. We can use foundation for this because I don't think we're going to need anything from widget or material. So we will have a course. This is similar to the user provider. So let's just go ahead and do that. Course of the day. We have a course get course of the day. Now we will only set this once. So once it gets set, then that's it. Course of the day. Now void set course of the day. It will take a course. Now we check if course of the day is not equal to the already set course. If it's not already been set, then we can go ahead and say that the course of the day will be, if the course of the day is null, it will be equal to the course else don't set it. So no, this is tautology, so we don't want to repeat ourselves. So let's just go ahead and do that one. So if it's not null, set it. If it's null, exit, and then notify listeners. That's it. Now with that done, we can actually go back and set and continue what we're doing. So this is my plan, yeah. So in the home body, after we get the courses and the courses aren't empty, then we get the course, we get all the courses and we shuffle them. Now after we shuffle the courses, we get a random course from them, or we just pick the first one. So you could go ahead and use the random from the Dart math class, so, but I'm going to just take the first. So courses dot first, then we context dot read course of the day notifier dot set course of the day, and we add that course of the day. I'm going to rename that course of the day. So courses dot first dot shuffle. Let's use dot dot. So it just shuffles the list and that's it. It doesn't save or void the return type of the shuffle to the courses. So that's where our spread operator must come in handy. So after that, we can go over to where should we inject it? I think the main would be a great place to inject it because it's the highest point. So let's go over to main. Now in our main, we already have some things already injected. So let's duplicate this and add course of the day. So it's basically going to act as a singleton. So the same instance we have is going to be provided every time we query or try to get a course of the day. So it's the same instance that we're going to get. So now for this, you could totally add a get group by ID function and then get the course.group ID. Like you could add, like in your repository, add a get group by ID and then write all of the implementations for it. You go ahead and do that. Then at this point, you could pick a random group and then get the group's information by ID using that, and then find its number of members, and maybe based on that, maybe the course with the highest number of members. You can pick the course of the day by the course or whatever, however way you want to do that. But then for tutorial purposes, we're just going to stick with this. Now we can go ahead and write the builder. So this is where it ends. We could go with a builder. Now the builder will give us a context and a state. Now we can check if state is wait a minute. I have to. What is the difference between putting the exclamation point in front of the is and behind it? Because I've done something similar, but for failures. For my failure, I put. Wait a minute. No. I've committed a blunder. I've committed a heavy error. Status code. Can this work? So what is the difference between putting this here and putting this here? I can put it both ways, really. After playing around a little bit with this in the dartpad, I've discovered that this actually, this at this end means, so when I have this, it's equal to saying status code is a string. This checks the positive, so that is equal to this. Is the same as doing this. Status code is string is the same as doing this. However, if we want to check if status code is not equal to a string, we can do this, add it after. So if we, however, put both of them together, it will use this. It will check rather if it's not equal to a string, because this will win. I don't know how that works. Have no idea at all. You could go read up on that later. After this tutorial, I'm going to read up on it, because I've just seen this for the first time. You can use both. You can use the bang operator on both sides. You can both negate and do the other thing as well. So let's go ahead and leave it as it is. So let's also run our test to make sure that the thingy that we've just changed doesn't affect anything badly. So let's run tests in test. Every test is passing so far. Hopefully none of them fails, because there was a test that actually depended a lot heavily on that error message. Yeah, so 74 tests and 74 tests passed. So yep. So that's it. So where are we? Where's our error? It's right here. So if the state is not, so what were we doing? If the state is not courses loaded, and the state is not course error. So if we then return a loading view, you could just go ahead and check if this is courses loading. So let me see. The reason why I've done that is because we could also have a course added or something. So when someone's adding a course, wait a minute, wait a bloody minute. Have I injected this though? The course qubit, have I injected it into the home? Yes, I have. I remember doing that. So let me think this through. So for the home, it has a different qubit. When we're adding a course from the profile from the admin section, it doesn't affect this part. So I don't think there's ever going to be any adding courses coming from here. There's going to be course initial, going to be loading courses loaded. Yes. So yeah. So we could just go ahead and use if state is courses loading courses. Then we can show our loading view, which we've created already before. Add constant modifier, and that's it. Now, else we can just return. Wait, no, we don't just return. What if it was empty? So else if state is courses loaded and state dot courses dot is empty, or state is so when it's empty or we have an error. No. Yeah, when we also have an error, we also want to just show this return center. So when there's an error and also when there's empty courses, we want to show a text that says no courses found. Go to the next line and say please contact admin, or if you are admin, add courses. Now we will use this text style across, or this text with this type of text widget across a lot of features. So when there's no videos, we will use this. When there's no materials, when there's no exams, we'll also use this style. So style content dot theme. We've already created the theme, and we want to use the text theme dot headline medium. Dot copy width. I want to change the weight, so the font weight, I'm going to set that to 600. I want to set the color as well to colors.gray. No, not the shade. Let me change the opacity rather. With opacity, let's use 0.5. So over here, I'm also changing this to W600. My tab didn't work, so that's done. That's perfect. Now, if this is the case, we return this. Else, if the case isn't courses loading or courses loaded with an empty course error, with an empty state or with a course error, then we know that the state can only be one thing. Wait a minute. Wait a little minute. So we also have course initial to consider. So even if it was initial, yeah, I don't think we can ever enter the initial state because before the page even loads, we've already instantiated this, so it's just gonna go into course loading courses or something. But yeah, I don't, it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and else. Else we don't even need an else because we're just returning. So if it doesn't feel if it fulfills any of them, then it will return. So we can just go ahead and set the state as courses loaded, and we can go ahead and say final courses will be equal to state.courses, and we sort them. We receive the A, B, meaning the first and the next, and we can sort them by making sure that the B the updated at, and we compare it to the A the updated at. So we're sorting them. We sort them by the day they were updated. Now we return a list view. Now this list view is going to contain quite a lot, and this is about to get to 100 lines, so I'm going to split them. So constant edge insets dot symmetric. Let's take horizontal 16. Then I go over to my children. Then I will create some of them here, all of them like separately. So I will have my header, my whatever else I need. So I will do the same thing I did with the profile. I will refactor because this is getting super long. And then before that, what? Then before that, what is the problem then? The getter courses isn't defined for the type object. I've told you that the state will be courses loaded. What's your problem? Don't cast a nullable value. But it's not nullable though. Try adding a non-null search to make non-nullable type. Do you have more actions? No. I don't want to do that because it's breaking my stuff. You know what? Let's just use an else if. So what if it was initial though? This is my only problem. What if we have initial? But yet again, else. Let's paste what we have. And it's still gonna freak out. Oh my, stop it. Else if state is courses loaded. We go ahead and do this. Now we need to add a last return to return, else just return size box shrink. So that will cover for the initial state. Now remember what I told you about the no courses found text. So we can extract this because we will be using this in a lot of places actually. For the videos and the rest of them. So let's find where the text starts. It starts right here. We can cut that. We can call it not found text. Now we can go to core widget, new Dart file, not found text. We can import material, stateless widget, not found text, we can take these text, so final string text, because it will be different for all of them. So required, or even we could just take it here, this.text, because it's just one. Then we can paste what we've got. Now in this case, context of theme, import. Now in this case, however, let me just release this before talking about that. Text. Oh no, I have to copy that. Text. Now in this case, let me wrap the text as well with padding. Now the padding will have all 20. So it will be away from everything. On the left, on the right, everywhere. So we have the not found text. And its text will be this. Course is not found. We have a constant. Add constant modifier. And we've got this, comma, boom. Course of the day, blah, blah, blah. So let's restart. Oh, my phone has gone off. Let me turn that on in a bit. So let's restart. Let's see. Where would that go? If I actually injected everything I need in a tree, no, that's running the test. Let's stop. Go back to main. This is it, main restart. So the main is restarting. When that's done, we can go ahead and dig into it. So after that, let's go ahead and build out the body for the entire home page. Show me my widget. Response modifier is redundant because it matches the default value. Children can be empty for no. What is your problem? Could not find the correct provider. This happens because the build context does not include the provider was added. What provider was that though? Have I added any providers? Where is it? Where was this? Show me. Where's my link?
A few moments later.
What could it be? Because I've checked and I've injected everything properly. See. Oh, wait. I'm not sure though, but maybe because I haven't stated it's the Flutter Cubit. And it would take the course state as well. The app runs now without any problems. It was actually that. Alright. Close this up. Where were we? So we've created the body. This is our home page. Let's see. No courses found. Please contact admin, or if you're admin, add courses. So that's it. Let's go ahead and build out the rest of the body then. Now we will build out the sections, but then the sections actually depend on if there's a course. So if there's even courses added, that is the only time that the sections will be displayed. So we're not going to build them out right now. We're going to add a course. So for that, we have to build out the admin section. We have to build out the admin part where the admin can add a course. Now let's go ahead and do that. Also remember that after adding a course, then we have groups created automatically. So very soon we'll also be doing the grouped section as well. But let's complete the course section first. So for that, for this, I'm actually going to wrap that in the profile. So in the profile section, we've got some extra white spaces down here. So if you're an admin, then that will be the case for you. Now, how do we know if someone's an admin? Remember what I told you for authorization in this application, especially for the admin or for users particularly. How do we know if someone's an admin? The only way we will do that in this app, you can go ahead and do it however you want to, but the only way we do in this app is by saving some admin emails in the user's data. So we can go in the user and set some getters to know if someone's an admin. So let's find our local user, or just user.dart. Now, how do we know if this user, or if a user is an admin? We can know if a user is an admin if bool get is admin will be true if email is equal to, now let's go copy my email. That would be, it doesn't even show it properly over here. It masks the email. So let me go to my Firebase project and copy my email. Alright, I went to pay a visit. I've just got home, so this is the email I got. And if the email is equal to my email, then they're an admin. So Proto is an admin. So we could go back to the profile view. Where is it? Profile. That would be dashboard, close up dashboard, profile views. In the profile body, at the end, after we have what we have expanded. What is this actually? This is the user info card. Oh yeah, we have these rows and these columns that contain the user info cards. We have row 1, row 2, and then we can have the next thingy, and that would be, that's after row 1 and row 2, still inside of the column. We can add constant sized box. I hope I'm right. Could be expanded, yes, I think that's correct. Info value, info theme color. Yes, we're in the right place. So after this, we have a sized box of height 30. Then we can check if context dot parent user dot is admin. Make sure that that is a null. We can be sure that it's not null. We're not making sure. We're sure that it's not null. Now, if they're an admin, we could go ahead and build a button. Now that button, we will use it for different admin functionalities. For example, add video, add course, add materials. So in this case, I'm actually going to build out the UI for that admin button as a separate widget. So let's go ahead and create that widget. So we can go into widgets, new Dart file. We're going to call that an admin button. It will be a simple elevated button plus import material first, and then we can just use stateless. Admin button. This button has string label, final icon data, icon, final void, fallback, on pressed. Move these to the end. Format, add a comma, format, beautiful. And then we have an elevated button. And on pressed, we take the on pressed, beautiful, already done. The child, we don't have a child. I'm actually going to use elevated button dot icon. Now it will have a label that will be the text with the label in it. It will have icon with icon of the icon in it. And that's it. No child, nothing like child. Now we style. So for style, we have style from. No autocomplete for that. Elevated button dot style from. Now we override the background color, which will be colors dot primary color. We also have the foreground color, we want to use white, so that's our admin button. So we can go back to our profile body. I'm going to close up these post date notifier. Oh, not undo, sorry. Command alternate L, alternate O. So if the current user or if the context of current user is an admin, we can go ahead and add an admin button for videos. Oh, sorry, for courses rather. So admin button. The label. What are we adding this time? It's a course, so we can use at course. The icon. We could use Piper upload. On press of this, let's see what the UI looks like first, and then we can decide. So this is our add course, so we're adding a course. Now on press of this, we want to show a bottom sheet that will let us add a course. So on pressed, let's show modal bottom sheet with a context and the builder. The builder will be giving us a context. I don't think we're going to use that, so underscore. Now we return. We want to return an add course sheet. We will create that sheet, but however, remember that it will also need a qubit for adding courses. So let's go ahead and wrap it with a block provider, and we create SL with the course qubit, and the child will be an add course sheet, which we will create. Boom. Show modal bottom sheet will return void, so it stops disturbing. Now we also have the add course sheet, which we will create right here. So should we add that here, or should we go to the course itself? I think we should go to the course, since we have a course feature. Go to the course feature and then add it in its presentation layer. So since it's actually related to the course and not to the profile, so the common feed, where's our course? Yes, beautiful. So in the presentation we have widgets, new Dart file, widget, add course sheet. It could actually be considered a view because it's basically like a little view that pops up from underneath. So let's go ahead and build it out. So import material. We use a stateful widget because we're going to be doing some crazy stuff in there. At course sheet. Now we can go back to our profile body. Add this little guy. At course sheet. Now we also want to style the modal bottom sheet actually. So let's style the modal bottom sheet. So it's going to have a background color of, let's say, white. Of white. It's going to be a scroll controlled. Will be true. Now show drag handle, we want it to be true. We want to have a drag handle. I think my elevation is automatically 0 of material 3, but I don't know. Use safe area. True, that's it. Let's go back to our show at course sheet. We're not closing the home body yet because we need that. So the add course sheet, let's start building it out. So the first thing we will add, let's add the listener. Or let's build out the functionality first. So what are we going to be doing here? We will be adding a course, and we need three different things for the course. We need line of text, final title controller. We don't need to add a text editing controller. Text editing controller. 1, 2. So we need title of the course, description controller, image controller, now we also have final form key will be to verify the form, actually global form key of form state. Now also the image file image. We also need bool is file is equal to false by default. We also need, yeah, that's it. I think that's enough. Now we can start disposing at override dispose title controller dot dispose boom to both of them. Image controller dot dispose, and that's it. So let's build out the rest of it. Now we're going to start with our block listener because we're not going to be using the builder, so we only need the listener. Let's skip to the next line, and for my listener, so I don't make the same mistakes, course qubit course state listener. It gives a context and a state. Now if the state is cause error, we obviously want to use the core utils .show snapbar with the message as the state.message. Else if the state is adding course, so we're adding a course, then we want to show a loader or something, right? No, since we're in a modal bottom sheet, I don't think displaying a loading view will work in this case. I actually want to show a loader or something. So let me save a boolean loading. So a loading view won't be beneficial in this case, so we can set loading to true. And then now we have to show a spinning loader. So I actually want to do it this way. I want to pop up a dialog that contains spinning loader. So in order to do that, I'm actually going to have to go to my core utils and add another function like show spinning loader, the same way we have a show snack bar. So let me go to my core. Where is it? Utils, core utils. So over here we have only the show snack bar. I'm going to add one more, that's show spinning loader. So it's also going to be a static void. Show, what do I call this? Show loader, show spinning loader. No, show loading dialog. I think that's okay. Yeah, show loading dialog should do just fine. Show loading dialog. Now the show loading dialog will take only the context really, because we already know what we want to show. Only a spinning loader. Should it be async? No, I don't think so. Now we show a dialog that returns void. It takes the context. We give the builder, and we don't need this. We return a center, constant center, child, circular, progress indicator, and that's it. Now we don't want the user to be able to tap and dismiss this dialog. So void. So we set barrier dismissible to false. So we will only be able to dismiss this barrier programmatically. So only we, the programmers, have the ability to change this or whatever. So what else have we got here? Only 2 of you, so yeah, that's perfect. Now we can come back here, and when we're adding a course, since we're in a modal bottom sheet, I didn't want to use the loading view because we're already in a bottom sheet. So I wanted to use a different type of display. So overlay the loader on top of this. So we can use the core utils .show loading dialog, and we can pass the context, and that's it. So else if state is course added, the state is course added, we can set the, now first of all we can check if it's still loading, if loading is still true. So meaning if the previous state was adding course, because it could actually go from maybe course error to adding to course added or something. I don't know. I have no idea how that's possible, but you know, you never know. So these things you have to future proof them. So if it was already loading, then set loading to be equal to false, or it could be that we weren't loading before we actually got here, whatever happened. So we set loading to false. If loading was true, we set loading to false, and we navigator.pop. Why? Because if it was loading, if loading was true, meaning that this was happening. So how do we remove this? We pop context. So remember, we only programmatically remove this dialog because the user can't tap away from it. So now after that's happened, no, this is done for the loading. So if loading was true, we do all that. So whether loading was true or not, we actually also want to show a snack bar using the core utils.show snack bar. And the message will be course added successfully. Now we also show a loading dialog, utils.show core utils.show loading dialog for the context. And then we send the notifications to every user. So let me make it to do. What functionality is this? Add course. So we have a lot to implement actually. So we show another loading dialog and then we send notification. So let me see. So this, I'm actually going to comment this out because at this point we're not sending notifications yet. So we show a loading dialog for this notification sending. After that's done, then we, pop that particular new notification, new dialog that we've added. Now to create the actual thingy, we have the listener here, so the child will be right here. So the child, let's start with a container. Now this container will be padded. Should I pad the container? Just add a margin, so it will have a margin. Now its margin will be edge insets dot only on the bottom. Now on the bottom, no, let me use a padding rather. Let me pad the entire container. Now we want it to be offset from maybe the keyboard and everything. So if the keyboard pops up, we want it to also go up so the user can see the full sheet. So we use media query dot of context dot view insets dot bottom padding. So that's it. It's not constant. It can't be constant. Dot bottom. What's your problem? Oh, it has to be bottom. Bottom. Add a comma and split that to the next line. So we have our container. Now the container will contain a padding, an inner padding of all 20. Now the creation box decoration. It will have color of white, border radius. We want only the top to be curved, so we use border radius.vertical, and we make the top to be radius.circular, and that will be 20. So we make this const. Now that's it. So after we decorate the container, let me find where the container ends right here. So we come here and we insert our form. So we start creating the form. So now for the form, we add the key and we use the form key that we've just created at the top. The child will be a list view. For this view, shrink wrap will be true. The children, we will have, I want to have a title, and then after the title, I will have some text fields underneath it. So now for the title, we have a constant text, add course. Now the style of this will be text style. It will be font size 20, font weight of bold, yes. Format everything. Now after this, we have a little sized box. Now this text field will be the same, and we have a lot of them. It will be the same decoration for all. I think we have 3. So that's title, description, and image. So it will be similar for almost all of them. So let's go ahead and create a separate widget for all of them. So for that, we could go into our core and find our widget, a core widgets. So core widgets, should it be here? Is it okay to be here though? Titled. What can I also call this? I can call this titled input field. So start file titled input field. I think it's okay to be in the core folder. So I'm not very sure that this is the only feature that we'll use that. I'm not sure, so I'm going to leave it here for now. So now my titled input field will simply be a text form field. So we import material and we create a stateful widget or a stateless one. Let's start from the stateless one. So titled input field. Now this input field, let's take some properties. So final ball, because I want to show some things if this field is required, because not all of them will be required. So all required, final text editing controller, final string title, final string. I want the hint text to be nullable. Final text style, hint style. Now if the hint text could be nullable, then the hint style can also be nullable. Now the final widget, suffix icon. I know that we're building this blindly, and I'm the only one seeing the UI of what I want to build. Let me show you what we're... You know what? Let's keep building it. When we're done, you'll see it. It'll be a surprise for you. So for the placeholder, first of all, let's add these. So after the suffix icon, we can comma, boom. So now for the rest of it, we simply have a column. It's just a title text input field. So we have a column. Now this column will have a cross-axis alignment of start, and its children will have a row. We have our first row. Now the row will contain will have a main axis alignment of space between, so we'll push them apart. Now its children, the first one will be a rich text. Its text will be text span. This is how rich texts work. You can go read up on them if you don't know what they do. Title. The style will be text style. Now we have font size will be 16. Font weight will be bold. The color will be neutral text color. Text span. Now in a text span we can give it a child, which is children, which will be the text that will supersede the title. So after the title, what do we have? So we create another text span. Now if the text will be, if required is true, or do you know what, let's do this. Now for the children, what is it? Is it nullable? Yes, the children is nullable. So if required is not true, so if it's not required, then leave this as null. Else, if it's required, add this list of children, which will be a text span, which will contain a text span with text, which will be a space and then asterisk. And the asterisk will have a style, constant, text style, color will be red color. Come on, autocomplete, please. Red color. Yes. What do you want from me? Do you want it to be constant? Add constant modifier, fine. The text style can also be constant. So we have that thing you see on most web apps where if it's required, beside the text field you will see a red marking to show that it's required. So after that we have the row with the rich text. Now after that rich text, we can go ahead and check if the suffix icon is not equal to null. We add the suffix icon and mark it as not null. Now, moving on, after the row, we're still in a column. So remember, what am I doing? I'm still in a row, so close down the row. After the row, we're still in a column. So after that row, we add a size box and we add our field. So size box height 10. Then we add the I field. The controller will be the controller we take from the constructor. And we can go ahead, oh sorry. It'd be a comma. So after that we could go ahead and build out the rest of it. So now the hint text will be hint text, enter. If it was description, we say enter description. If it was title, we say enter title, so forth and so on. So the hint style will be the hint style. I think this has something like override validators. Yes, so we don't want that validator value is equal to null. What does our validator say? It was, where is it? If value is equal to null or the value is empty, then do this. No, let's override this entire thingy. If value is equal to null, blah 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 blah. Let's override this entire thing, but let me copy this though. So I'm gonna copy this. If value is equal to null, this field is required. The reason why I want to override this is because I want to pull something before actually doing that check. So override, I think that's what it was called. Yes, override validator will be true. The reason why I'm overriding this is because if the field isn't required, then we don't have to check this. So validator will have value. Now we can paste what we've just copied. If that's not true, we return null. But then before that, if it's not required, we return null. So if the field, the titled input field is not required, return null. If it's required, we go ahead and do the validation. We could go back to our at call sheet, and let me refresh the screen so that you lot can see what we've built so far. Where's my hot reload? Go to run, hot reload. Beautiful. We can add course and we can see what we've built, right? So this is what we've built. Now let's add the first titled input, whatever. So it will be a titled input field. Is it required? Wait a minute. The required thingy should have a default value, shouldn't it? I think that's how most of these things work. So it shouldn't be out here. So I don't want this to be required. It can actually be true by default. So by default, it's true. Yes, so cancel this bit. Now, so required should not show up unless I don't want it to be required. So I could go on with my thingy. So the first one would be the title controller. Its title will be course title. So its hint text, if I leave it as empty, oh my, the hint text, if left empty, will turn into enter course title because I've written the title as course title. So that will be my title text. So after that, we have constant sized box with height 20. So I'm just going to copy this much, copy paste once. Do I need it again? I have that image and image, yes, so I need it again. So title controller, description controller, course description is going to be too long, so just description, and the image will be course image. This one isn't required, so required will be force, and for this little guy, required is also force. Now the hint text for the image will change actually, so my hint text will become enter image URL or pick from gallery. Right? Now the hint text, the hint style rather, will become let's use 3, and its font size will be 12. So after that, we add a suffix icon for picking the image, and the suffix icon will simply be an icon button with the onPressed async to the image picker thingy. So we have a final image will be equal to await. Why don't we save that image picking functionality thingy into maybe the core utils where we could pick images or something. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's go. I think we already have it somewhere. It was in the. Let me find it. Where was it though? Was it in the auth? No, in the profile rather. So in the profile, either in the body or in the header. Image picker. It was no. It was in the edit profile view, I think. Yes, it was right here. So we can copy this. Yeah. Close these two up. Go into the core utils. And then add a peak image. So no, it shouldn't be void. It could return a file, question mark file. Now that would be so it should actually be future file rather. Future file. And the file could be null. And the file is also from the Dart.io library with the image picker. So we don't want to set state. If image is not equal to null, we want to return file. Return the file with the image path. What? Else return null. So we can close this up. Go back to our suffix icon. And we await core utils dot pick image. Now if image is not equal to null, is file, what is it? Is it file or something? How do we know if it's a file? We named, yeah, it's file. So why wasn't it auto completing? It's file. Really? Come true. Android Studio is being annoying today. Now the image will become this new image, a file. Now final image name will be equal to image.path.split, and we get the last. Now that is the name of the file of the image file. So we can go ahead and make the image controller .text to be equal to the image name, and that's it, right? So the image controller's text will change to the image name if they've picked an image from the gallery. However, what if they want to insert a URL? So what's left here, the icon will be constant icon. Let's use add photo alternate outlined. Now what if they don't want to do this? Where is it? Right here, yes. So after adding this, where am I? So this is the last input field. They tap on that to add that. Else, give me a second. No, this doesn't make sense. Wait, give me a bit. So if they do this, then they've picked an image. However, what if they clear out the text field after adding that image? Then we want to reset everything. So let's go ahead and do that in the init state. So in the init state, I'm actually going to override the image controller. So if they want to enter a URL or something, then they're actually going to clear out the text field. So void the init state, so it does all that for me. So now after that, we can add a listener for the image controller. So add listener. So now if its file is true, because after they pick an image, its file becomes true. So if they already picked an image from the gallery and they went ahead and cleared it out, image controller rather. So we're saying if they've gone ahead to pick an image already, but now they've actually gone and cleared out the text field. It means they no longer have an image, right? It's empty. So they no longer have anything in the text field. They no longer see the name. They want to clear it out and select a URL or something. What are we going to do? We're going to set the image to be equal to null, and we also set its file to be false. So everything gets reset actually. Now that's all we need to do, really. Now after that, let me save this so we can see what we've built. Yeah, so this is what we have. We have that for compulsory ones. So the course title is compulsory. It's required so they can enter the course title. So over here you can see that if we pick an image, yeah, from the gallery, when we pick an image, let me show you what we've done. So if we picked an image, it should show the name of the image over here. What's happened? What's happened? Where is the name of my image? Let me do a refresh and see if it shows up. No, it doesn't. Alright, give me a bit. Something's gone wrong. What actually went wrong was I've copy pasting. Copy pasting is the problem. So I've used the same controller for this, so we have to use the image controller. If we do that and refresh, you should see that the name of the image. You can see I've saved the images. I downloaded it from the internet, and this was what it was downloaded as: some random numbers.jpg. They're not totally random though. I think they were properly generated, but you know, this is the format, and this is what the padding with media query.viewInsets.bottom. This is what it does. It pushes this up with the keyboard whenever an inset or a view inset appears. It will take the bottom padding from the height of that inset. It calculates the height of the keyboard and places a padding of about that height underneath the container that we've got here. So now if we select a different image, this one, we also see blah blah, so it's 815F0. If we select the other one, we can see landscape color.jpg. So that's it. It's working now, so you can see the disadvantages of copy pasting. Copy pasting is really dangerous in code, so please be aware of this and beware of it. So moving on, we've completed this. Let's try adding two courses actually. So I'm actually going to download a Dart image and also download a Flutter image, or maybe find a URL for them. So, and then we will create both a Flutter and a Dart course, but then we will use that to test for adding the image from gallery and also adding the image from a URL. So let's go ahead and do that. For the Dart image, I've got a Dart image here. I'm going to paste it just up here. So let's add a comment and paste that here. So we've got Dart image.png. I've stolen this picture from Google. I've grabbed my second image. Let's use it. So the first one would be for, this one's for Dart, so we're going to add for Dart. We've got Dart, learn the basics of Dart, and then for a course image, we're simply going to copy this. Copy. Paste. No. Yes, alright. We've copied and pasted. This is what we got. Let's hit done. Oh, I haven't added a submit button. Forgive me. So let's go ahead and add the submit button then. So after that, where are we? At call sheet. We've got 20. Now after that, we have a row. Now it's children. The first one will be an expanded. A child will be elevated button. Now this elevated button is unpressed will validate. So we say if form key dot current state dot come on mate dot validate The validation is complete. Final no would be date time dot no. Final course will be course model dot empty. The empty constructor dot copy with, so that by default it takes the default ones. So this is what we get. Now we copy the empty version with the title, which is now going to be the title controller dot text dot trim. We've got the image, which will be the image controller dot text dot trim dot is empty. Use our K default avatar. So if the image is empty, use the default avatar. We might actually even get default image separately for groups. So, but then we're just going to use the default avatar. You can change that and use whatever you want. Else, if it's file, use the image.path. Else, use the image controller.text.trim. Now, created at will be no. Updated at will be no. Image is file will be is file. So this is where the unpressed ends. Now it's child. No, after that we have to add it to the qubit. So context.read course qubit dot add course, the course that we've just created. Now we've initialized just about everything actually. We've initialized title, the description we haven't done the description, so you can see where I'm forgetting. The description will be description controller.text.trim. What else are we missing? Title, description, group ID will be automatically added. Number of videos should be 0, exam 000. Image we've added. Images file added, created, and updated at added. So everything's added. We can go ahead and add the child. So the child, I think I'm in the wrong place. So wait. If form key.validate is true, then do that and have this. Yes. Now after that, we come in here and we've got the child. Will be a text that says add. Let's add a constant. Now we could also cancel, so expanded, close this bit. Now we also add a sized box before we add the cancel button. Width will be 20. Now the cancel button will be expanded as well. Its child will be the elevated button. Unpressed will be navigator dot pop context. Now the child will also be, the last one was a constant, so this one will also be constant text that says cancel. So with that done, let's save and let's see what happens. These appear immediately. Yes, they do appear immediately. So we can hit add and we can see that loader show up. Oh my, we didn't pop the context. We should pop the context once adding is complete. So for that, we're going to go back up. Wait, we've already done that though. So if this is complete, shows now back, course added successfully, and then pop the context, yes. So navigator.pop context. Now, that has actually been added, I believe. If we go over here, we can refresh to see. So we can see we've got courses and we've got a new course and it's called Dart. Now we can also see we've got groups. We've got a new group and this group has the name Dart with 0 members with ID similar to its actual ID. The group image URL is our URL. We can see the courses also has the same image. We can go to the storage and make sure that nothing was added for any courses or any groups. We can see nothing was added. Why? Because we haven't added any files, so our code is working properly. Now let's simulate when we add a file and see how that works. Now hopefully the pop context is working now, so that it automatically pops us away from the page, from the bottom sheet after we completely add a course. So we have Flutter, learn Flutter for beginners, and we can add an image from here. We can add this image, go ahead and add, and after adding it should pop the context. Yes, it pops it. Also you can go ahead and test this logic where if it was a file and then we change it to a URL, then it will reset everything and base and all that. So you can go ahead and check logic. You can test by adding an image from a file and then clearing it out to see if it will reset everything and so forth. But I've tested that and it works, so I'm just gonna trust that it does that. So let's also go and check. This time refresh the storage and you can see that we've got images for the groups and the courses. No, we should actually only have images for the courses actually, because the group is actually going to be using the courses image. So we've got courses, this is our course, V1R whatever. Remember that V1R I and it ends with G. We can see the Flutter PFP. V1, we can see it's called Flutter PFP. And we've got V1R whatever. So let's go to the Firestore database and we can see the courses. We've got V1R and ... You can also see it's using the link from the Firebase storage basically, and the group is also going to be using the same Firebase storage stuff, and that's it. So this is completely been done. We can go to our home, but we won't see anything because we haven't used a stream in here. So you can go ahead and build a stream after we learn how to do streams with clean architecture and replace this with a stream if you want to. But personally, I don't really mind leaving it as a future because it's just tutorial purposes for now. So we're going to leave this as a future for now, or we can go ahead and just pull. But that's also bad practice, especially when we're doing it with Firebase, because you're going to have to pay if you make too many requests. So let me refresh. Well, let me just restart, however. Another way you could actually handle this if you don't want to use a stream would be to add a listener. So once you add course, you can create a provider that listens to the course. So once something gets added, you will listen to it in the home view. So in the home view, you listen to it, or was it in the home body? So in the home body, you listen. In the init state, you listen to that provider, and when there's a new course added over here, you set that thing to true. So over here, it will just rebuild this page or fetch the courses again, basically. That's it. So now we've got courses, so we can no longer see the not found text. So let's go ahead and build the body proper. Now I've removed a comment. Let's go and create the first one. So the first one, I'm going to call that the header section. So the home header rather. Now the home header is going to be still inside of our home. We have refactors, new Dart file, home header. Add to Git, maybe not, but not no. Now for the home header, import material, stateless. We have the home header Now we have a sized box of height 300. Yeah. And its child is going to be a stack widget. This is basically what we're trying to build. This portion, this little portion here, that's what we're trying to build. So its children, I have a text that contains the user's name. So if the user's name changes, we want to know. So I'm going to use a consumer. No, I don't have to use a consumer. I could use the context.watch, the user's name. Let's go ahead and use this. I don't mind. Text. Let's go and use. Do you know what? I don't want to use the context.watch because that's going to make it super long, and I have to construct this. Do some string concatenation as well. Okay, so hello new line, and then we have context.watch, and then we watch the user provider with the .user. Watch the user dot full name. That's it. This is our text, right? Now we put a comma and we style the text. Now the text will be constant text style. We have a font weight to be 600. And we have the font size to be 36. Let's save. No, we can't save it yet because the home header hasn't been imported here. So let's import the home header of that constant. So let me remove you because you're already constant. So we have hello Frodo Proto. Frodo Proto's prodding. So we've got Frodo Proto hello, the text, read in text. Let me close up these bad boys. So I've got my little text. Now after the text, where's my home header? Now after the text, we need to create those cards, those movable cards. Now there's a Flutter Tinder cards back. So when you directly search for Tinder cards on Google, you get the swipe cards. But the swipe cards doesn't look anything like what we want. This is what it looks like. I don't want that. I wanted something that looked more like this. More like this. You can see it's got first card and then it's got a stack underneath them as well. So you can see we can also move them around. Blah 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 blah. So we can also swipe them away actually, but I don't want to swipe this away. You can actually swipe it away and it disappears. You can remove them, boom, boom. But so this is the kind of Tinder swiping we need. So I've found actually Tinder cards. Let's see what this one looks like. Yeah, also not what we're looking for actually. It could look. It actually looks similar, but we want something that looks like a stack when it's stood. You could try using those, but what I found was this Flutter Tinder card. So this was good. This is actually similar. Do you see that? I think it was this that I stole. So I stole their code. It wasn't really stealing. No, it was this. Yes, I found it. It was this little Tinder card thingy. Let's see the demo. The demo doesn't load. Let's go to the repository and see the actual demo. No, and it wasn't this either. I think it was the first one that I stole. I've forgotten what I stole. It was this. So I stole this, and I edited it. I wrote mine and everything because you can see it's not compatible. It probably doesn't have Flutter nor safety. Last touch 3 years ago, it it has some issues that have been addressed and so forth, 40 issues and a lot of them. So what I did was I forked it and I created my own version. I think it was this one. I don't remember what I forked and created my own version, but I forked one of those packages, one of those Tinder card packages. Maybe it's been removed, but it looked a lot like what we had. So I forked it and created my own version of it, and I saved it to my GitHub. So we can go over to my pop-spec YAML, and add it from my Git. So the link, or you will actually see this in the source code if you check. What have I opened here? You can actually find this in the source code if you open it and go to the pop-spec YAML, the source code for this particular section of the course. I'm going to add it to the source code. However, you can also just copy the link. It should be in the description, or you can see it right on the screen as I'm typing it out. So I'm actually going to copy the code from my GitHub. Let me grab that code. It's Flutter Tinder card. I'm going to copy that from my Git. Copied. Now I'm going to come here and add that package from my Git. So it's Flutter. So FL Flutter Tinder card, and is that what I called it? I think Flutter Tinder card. I'm going to save that to dictionary. Save this as well to dictionary. Save Chewy to dictionary. And save BLoC what? Unsorted. A, B, C. So B should go before F, and C should. Oh, I don't have time for this. I really don't. So after that, we can add the Tinder card, and we can go and say Git. And we can go ahead and put the URL to the Git, and that's right here. And we can go run pub-get to get that Git set up. That should work. Perfect. So that's been added. We can go back to our home header, close up the pop-spec lock and pop-spec YAML. Ignore because we've already run that. We can close up the text. Still in our stack, we can use positioned. Now our position will have top. For our top, we're going to use context height. And we will say if the height is greater than or equal to 926. I'm trying to make this responsive because what I found was on different screens, the positioning. So you can see that it's perfectly stacked right over because of that microscope that we had. The microscope has to be perfectly positioned, not across the text, the Hello Education app. If it's too high, then it will cover up the username. Oh, my phone crashed, I think. My phone's crashed. It will cover up the username. If it's not high enough, then it will be too low. So that's what the problem is. Yeah, don't run, stop. I've got analysis issues. So I built a responsive version, and I tested a lot of different dimensions or a lot of different numbers for this to get this particular one. You can go ahead and play with it more. So what I found was if the context height is greater than or equal to 926, I'll use -25 for the top. Else if the height is greater than or equal to 844, we use -6. Else if the height is less than or equal to 800, we use 10. Else we use 10. So the height will be the context, the height. Now for my right hand side, no comma, will be -14. Now the child will be constant. Now I'm going to create my Tinder cards as a separate widget. So first of all, I'm going to create a Tinder card, then I'm going to create my Tinder card. So this is how I'm going to do this. Where's my widget? Where am I? I'm in the home. So in my home, I'm going to have Tinder cards, new dart file. So first of all, let's create the Tinder card itself. Tinder card, let me go full screen, wait. Cancel. So the Tinder card is going to be plus import material first. And we have the stateless widget, Tinder card. So we will return a container. So let's put that in the center. Child will be container. This is what one Tinder card looks like. It's a container and it's got padding. Now we want to know if this is the first Tinder card, maybe the card at the top. So for that, I'm actually going to take final is all is first, and also final color. Move this to the first position, and that's it. So now, if it's the first card, now we want to use only top 65. So because the first one bears the microscope, else null. So it pushes it down a little bit. So the color will be its first colors.red else null. The child will be center, and its child will be a stack widget. So we want to position a lot of Tinder cards, not one, a lot of them. So you could actually go ahead and use the number of courses that you have, and for each course you can create a Tinder card. So how you would handle that logic would be when someone swipes away, so you have a detector for when a Tinder card is removed. When a card is removed, then you can set the current card as the first. So its first for that card will become true, and so forth. So for that, you might need to create a state management solution to handle all of that. So, however, we're just going to hard code most of this really, because I mean we don't care about it in the cards. I'm just showing you how you can build it out if you want. This is a base for it. You can go ahead and extend this base and make it look sweet. Alignment will be bottom center. Now the height will be 137, and its padding will be, let's use only the left, will be 20. Let's add a cons modifier. Now the decoration will be box decoration. The gradient, now if it's the first card, we use linear gradient, and the colors will be, we have two colors actually. So color O times FF. So these are the colors that are found in the Figma design. So it's 0 times FF 8 E96 FF, and we've got a second color that will be color O by FF A06 AF9. That's it. So we've got these two colors as our gradient for the first card. The first card actually looks totally different than the other cards. What do you want from me? No, what's the problem? So we've got linear gradient. Oh, we need an else. Let it be null. No gradient. Just a plain card. It's color. So now the color would be the color that was passed in the constructor. Now the border radius will be, let's give it 24. The box shadow. Now we want box shadow. It's going to be color black, but with opacity 0.15. 15% opacity. Offset, where the shadows will fall on the x-axis, we don't care. Offset on the x-axis 0. 5 on the y-axis. So font 5 of flow radius will be 10. We don't need a spread radius, so we will leave that empty. So we've built out a little bit of this card. Now let me find my container. This is where box shadow ends. Got this, then this is my container. So in my container I have a child. So if it's the first card, we have a constant column. Now in my column, what's wrong with you? It wants the else. So if it's not the first child, I'm going to leave this as null. You can go ahead and add something for the other child, the other children rather, sorry. So, but then at this point, if it's not the first, then you shouldn't even have anything on it, probably. Unless you're building a dynamic one that uses maybe the courses or something, then you'd have a different approach to this entire thingy. So instead of checking if it was the first, then you check its index or something, and then depending on its index, you can get the courses, and then the course in that index, you can use its information to build out the card. But for me, I'm just going to do this. So I've got a column. Cross-axis alignment will be start. Main axis alignment. I'm going to space them evenly. Space evenly. And then I've got my children. The first one will be a text. Now, I'm going to use the course of the day. And I'm going to say course of the day final exam. If it's got an exam. Really, what should I put there? Maybe course of the day final exams. So it's going to be context.read course of the day notifier dot come on import what dot course. What is your problem? Context.read. Oh, is it because of this? So read course of the day. No, I want a provider. Dot course of the day. Dot the course's name. Dot what? Dot name. Dot title rather. Yes, the course's title. You can say if it's not null. Now, if it's null, we can say maybe dart. Something, I don't know. I just chemistry. Since we've got a microscope. So we can do that and we can say, go to the new line and say, no. We can do that and say final exams. That's what the UI looks like. So it's the name of the course, final, and then exams goes to the new line. Now the alignment will be left aligned. The style will be for the color being colors.white. Font weight will be 600. The font size will be 20. Now we go on to the next child. Next child, I'm actually going to have an icon and a text. So can I make this constant? Yes, constant. So where is it? So close down this column, this text. Now next up I have a row. And my row will have children. The first child will be an icon, iconly light dot notification. And it's got color will be white. Now I've got a sized box with width 8. And then finally I've got a second text. You go ahead and fetch the course and check all of its exams and find how many minutes for each exam or whatever you want. But I'm just going to write 45 minutes since This is just the UI, and we're not much interested in the UI in this tutorial. So color will be colors.white. Font size will be 14. Font weight will be let's use 400. So we can go ahead and make the row to be constant. Else null. Now after that, we're still in the stack. So still inside of our stack. If we're in the first position, we add a positioned. The child would be image.asset. We have the microscope. And its height 100. Oh no, let's do 180 rather. And its width 149. If 180 is too much, then I'm going to go back to 100. Maybe should I do 100? I don't know. We'll see. Figma says 180. But sometimes the Figma does not really translate to Flutter. No, Figma says 100 actually. Sometimes it doesn't always translate to Flutter, so I'm gonna pick you to the next line. How do I split these two? Or split you? There's not much to split actually. Let me save the course of the day. Actually, I'm gonna save the course of the day in my context extension. So this way I can find my context extension, and then we can have course of the day, or it's a getter. So we get that and we get this. So we read course of the day notifier, and it will return us a course. Import course. And that's it. So we can come here and import. So we've got our course and we've got a shorter line of text. So we've got our image asset and everything loaded. We can come back to the header and we can add, no, we have to add more than one Tinder card. We've only created one Tinder card. This is what one Tinder card looks like. Next, we create our stack of cards. So for that, I'm going to create another widget that will hold my stack of cards. This is a lot actually. So let's go ahead and do that. New Dart file, Tinder cards. Now class Tinder cards. Let me import material first, and then class Tinder. I don't have the energy to create a stateful widget from scratch, so let's go. So over here we have controllers and everything, so we're going to utilize the actual Tinder card functionality properly right here. So stateful, since we're going to have controllers and all that, so it will be Tinder cards. Now in here we have a card controller, and it also needs you to make a ticker provider state mixin. So we mix in that into our stuff because we have animations, and then we create our controller, which will be a card controller. Card controller will be equal to card controller. Now int total cards will be equal to 10. You can go ahead and use the course length, how many courses we've got, again if you were using the other logic that I suggested previously. So we could go ahead and start. Now again, we're going to start off with a centered widget. Its child will be a sized box, and its height will be let's use its height. Let's use the screen width 1% of the How about the height? We just use the width of of the device. Create the height. So let's use context.width because the width is actually very short. So width, and the width will also be. What am I doing? Context.width, context.width. I don't know how this will hold out though. So the reason why I'm actually considering using the width itself is because I want it to have all that space actually, not the height of the card. This isn't the height of the card. This is the amount of space that the entire stack of cards has. So I want it to have the width of the entire width, and the height should also be about the same size as the width. This is why I'm doing this. So its child will be a Tinder swap card. I forgot what I called that when I was creating that package. Total number will be our total cards. Our swipe edge will be 4. Our max width will be the context.width. Our max height will be context.width times 0.9. 90% of the width will be your max height. Our minimum width will be the width times 0.71. I played around with this a bit because I stole that package. I don't like using the word stow, but I copied that package basically because it was no longer being managed. So, and its code is open source. I have to check the license though and see if I have the right to do what I did. I'll check that later. Now, we have the property allow swipe. If you set this to false, then you can't pull that card around. You can actually do that so that that part of the screen becomes just a decoration basically. So it's just stuck with that microscope at the top. So for now we're going to leave that as false. Card builder. Now we're going to build the card and what each card will look like. Gives the context and an index. Now for this, we're going to do some crazy logic in here. So let's swipe up. Now, its first will be true if index is equal to 0. Right? You could get these first using a different format. For example, using a logic such that if a card, you could save them in a provider and save some objects in the provider, and each of the Tinder cards will receive that object. Now you can mutate the property is first of that particular object, then the cards that you're building will get that property and say, alright, I'm now the first because the other one's no longer the first, so forth. So, but we're just going to keep it simple. So if it's first, so final color by index, so we want it to have a different color by its index. So index is equal to 1. We use color 0 by FF DA92 FC. Else we use color OFF DC 95 FB. They're slightly different, so it gets a bit lighter down below. So we return a stack of cards. No, return state semicolons, and its children will be positioned. Now bottom will be 110, right will be 0 because we want them to be pulled across the right and the left. So right and left will be 0, 0, so they will expand to fill the entire width. The child will be our Tinder card. So we create a Tinder card. Now what properties have we got? Its first will be its first. Give me a second. Now its color will be, what do we use? We use the color by index. I don't just want to use the color by index that way. So if it's first, then we set the color to null basically. So it's first. So color rather is first. Set the color to null, else use the color by index. So the first one will actually get the gradient, so it doesn't need the color. So the color will be null at that point. So now after we do that, let's add more properties to our card. So where is my card? Card controller. We'll use the card controller. My swipe update callback, let me move those down here. So my swipe update callback, now it gives you a detail and an alignment. So we take the details. No, I don't even think I'm going to use the details. I'm only going to use the alignment line. So now, first of all, I'm going to get the card's alignment. Now, if align dot x is less than 0, it means that the card is going left. Else, if align dot x is greater than 0, it means that the card is going right. So I'm going to leave this in the code for you, these comments, in case you want to do something. So if the card is going left, the card is going right. So this means, I think you can also find this in the documentation. If you find, I have to find where I copied this package from. This was in that documentation. So also card is right swiping. So you can use this for your swipe update callback, but we don't need it. But I'm going to leave it in here though. So wait, let me expand these so that you can understand. So this also gives you drag update details, and it also gives you an alignment. So I got these comments, I think, from the package. So after that, we've also got a different one. Now this one we're going to use. So the swipe completes callback. So after the swipe is completed, this is where you can set the logic that if something has been swiped, if the swipe got completed, meaning the top card got removed, then you can go to your application logic handler. In your application logic handler, you can set the next card to be the first card, and then that way it will reflect all your other changes. So this one gives you the card swipe orientation, and it also gives you the integer index. Whatever, mate. So this will give you the orientation and the index of the swiped card. So this way you know what card was removed, and then you can change. So this will make it a lot easier for you to handle any logic that you need to find out what card was removed and which card will be the next first card. So now for me personally, what I'm going to do here is, if the card was the last card, add more cards to be swiped. So if index is equal to total cards minus 1, if we're in the last card, if the last card was swiped, then set state total cards plus equal to 10. So we increment by 10 and we add more cards. So add a comma, and this is it. We've created our Tinder cards. So we can go back to our where were we? Was that the home header? right? Or was it the home body? I think it was the home header. So the home header, and come back here. Child will be constant Tinder cards. So we're done with this UI. Let's restart the application. The app started, and we can see I've put this red container for us to see how it stacks over the text that we've got here. So it doesn't totally cover it, but we've given it enough real estate to only span up to about a quarter of it. So to go ahead and remove what we've got in our Tinder card, we put that container right here. We put this, so if it was the first, we'd add this little thingy. So let's remove this container, remove this center. I don't think I need this center either. And then save. Yeah, so now we've still got this problem here with this other widget. Let's fix that as well. So I'll just remove this second stack that we've got. We can't remove that, so I'm just removing this. A container. Let me take just this bit. I'm deleting this much. In here, I'm just going to return this bit. Put this. And then I take the ifis first. And I send it over the other part. Put it in the cards, which will be here after you. And we save. So let's see how that works. Yep. So it's gone askew. Let's try to fix that as well. If it's first, the position will be 130, not 20, and a right should maintain that 20. Perfect. So that's it. So let's optimize import by hitting Control Alternate O or Command Alternate O, depending on whether you're on Mac or on any other operating system. Now that's our header done, basically. So let's move on to the second section. Now the second section will be the subject. So let's move, first of all, let me close this down. We've got the header, we've called the header in here. Next up, we're going to be calling the subject. So let's go ahead and build out the subject.